Good morning, everyone. My name is Dino Wo, the Goran speaking at the Development Officer at the Office of the Elected Social in the United Nations. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Katugu. I'm at Uganda Revenue.
Good morning. My name is Makato Aisha. I'm the leader on.
Good morning. My name is Ausimona, daughter of the Republic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Speke, Public Affairs Officer at the National Human Rights Commission.
I'm Alex Mone, Public Affairs Manager, Uganda Marriage.
Multi emphasis, ambassador of this, assistant, my solution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Speke Isaac, President of Uganda Marriage. Isaac Mwagala, reporter in New York.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Priscilla Namwe, National Human Rights Officer at the National Human Rights Commission.
Thank you for that. I think we now all know who's in the room. I am waiting for a cue from our technical team to let me know if we are going to sing the national anthem and East Africa anthem with our voices. I think I'm well able to do that, but if I need an indication so that we can officially start our program. The person I asked has exited the room. I don't know what that means. But I think we can sing. So I'll invite us to stand and sing the anthems. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu tonga uwilinde, Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tuigize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you very much. Well done. Commissioner Crispin Kahero, representing the Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, the Deputy Chairperson Electoral Commission, and the commissioners present. Mr. Pakojo, representing the UNSD coordinator. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome to this morning's stakeholder engagement on elections within the context of the UPR. I know many in the room have been asking, what is UPR, what is it about, how does it affect us, how does it touch us? I'd like to reassure you that we are going to have a presentation from an expert in this area who will allay all our fears and questions and give us the context of the conversation. Before we do that, we will have a few opening remarks from the representative of the UN resident coordinator and from the person representing the chairperson. I'm going to request that we will do our group photo when the chairperson of the Electoral Commission arrives, because I am on good authority that he's on his way, and I would want us to all be in that photo together. So for now, I will hand over the floor to Mr. Pa Kojo to make remarks on behalf of the UN Resident Coordinator, to welcome us, and yes, we're grateful.
Thank you very much, and good morning to colleagues. All protocols observed. My name is Pakusi Kujo from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I'm a human rights officer based in Nairobi. So on behalf of the UN system, on behalf of the UHRC office in Uganda, I just wanted to say that we wish to reaffirm our long-standing partnership with Uganda, and of course stand ready as always as the UN to provide any support where necessary and where requested, aimed at strengthening democratic governance, protecting fundamental freedoms, and ensuring an inclusive, peaceful, and credible electoral process in line with Uganda's constitution, as well as in line with the international human rights standards. And with that being said, I want to say thank you very much. Very much appreciate this partnership with the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and we're hoping that this is sort of a springboard to future collaboration. And I think on this note, I will. Thank you.
Yes, I think a hand clap is in order. The room is a little cold, and I don't want to make us stand up and count and jump, so the warmer we are, the better for us. Thank you, Mr. Kojo, for bringing those remarks on behalf of the UN Resident Coordinator, and for supporting this very important engagement. We are very grateful. I'll now invite Commissioner Christian Kahero to make his opening remarks. Commissioner, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Just to clear the air, I am making these remarks on behalf of the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Madam Mariam Wangatia, who is away chairing tribunal sessions in the West, in Mbarara, to be very specific. So for these few minutes, I am the acting chairperson for as long as I'm reading these remarks. And I was, this morning when I came in, I was informed about how protocol runs, especially when you are representing the chairperson. I don't know if it's the same as the Electoral Commission. I want to imagine it is. That now, as a representative of the chairperson, when I walk into the room, everyone has to stand up. And when I sit, then people sit. So I learned that this morning from the staff of the commission. I didn't know about that, but I told them not to bother with that part of the protocol. The deputy chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Ajat Aisha, member of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Simba, the representative of the UN Resident Coordinator, Speke, and Lino, of course, here present with us, representatives from the civil society organizations, political parties and organizations. I've seen a couple of members, the media, the staff of the commission. Good morning to all of you. No, I didn't hear the response. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. That's much better. On behalf of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Honorable Chairperson, and on my own behalf, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this meeting. We deeply value your time and commitment to attend and participate in this meeting, which we know will accord us important take-homes as we implement the Universal Periodic Review recommendations in the context of the upcoming 2026 general elections in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, by virtue of being a UN member state, Uganda participated in the third periodic review, which took place in January of 2022, where a number of recommendations were made. We extracted some of the key recommendations and captured them in your respective invitation letters. Now, let me note that the UPR, or the Universal Periodic Review, is not theory. It's a practice process. It's about turning commitments into action that people can feel, that people can see, but also that people can trust. And as a national human rights institution in Uganda, the UHRC is obliged to look ahead and consider those recommendations, especially in light of the upcoming elections. And by this, we envisage the following. Number one, strengthening democratic institutions. As you well know, the UPR called for stronger democratic institutions. And that means ensuring freedom of expression and association. It means an electoral management body that is independent, both in theory and in practice. An electoral management body that is trusted to treat all candidates fairly and to guard against misuse of state resources. I'm happy this morning that the Electoral Commission is in the room and will presumably remain in the room for the entire forum. To the Electoral Commission, I must say that we appreciate that the responsibility is heavy, but so is the opportunity. So please stand ready to seize the opportunity. Number two, the recommendations make it incumbent upon us to promote political rights and freedoms. So let me put it this way, that every election is a test for freedoms. Freedom to speak or not to speak, freedom to assemble or not to assemble, freedom to associate or even not to. These rights matter most in an election season like we are in now. Why? Because it's in this season that citizens exercise those freedoms fully. So ladies and gentlemen, the UPR process also asked us to protect participation of the women, the youth, persons with disabilities, and minorities. This means many things, but among them, it means having accessible polling stations, It means real voter education that reaches the marginalized. But this also means that voters are respected in both spirit and the law. So if we do all this, then Uganda wins, because inclusion strengthens legitimacy. The third issue that is heavily emphasized in the UPR recommendations is addressing electoral violence and intimidation. So let me address myself to the creeping electoral violence and intimidation. The recent by-elections and the ongoing party primaries remind us that election violence is still a real threat in Uganda. But friends, elections must be safe for everyone. That includes the voters, the candidates, and officials alike. Security forces must stand as guardians of peace, not instruments of fear. The police and other supportive security organs have a central mandate. And which one is that? It's to protect, not to intimidate. And that mandate must be exercised with fairness, with accountability, and with integrity. Those who hold government positions and seek office must never abuse their authority to tilt the playing field. Campaigns must be powered by ideas, not necessarily by resources. The growing culture of money politics is choking our elections. It must be exposed, it must be condemned, and it must be punished. And now, let me take this opportunity to speak very directly to our colleagues who are well represented in this meeting, our colleagues from the media who are recording me. You are not spectators in an election. You are both referee and mirror. How you tell the story matters, and matters so much. As we know, a single headline can unite a nation, or it can tear it apart. One broadcast can cool tempers, or it can actually light the fuse. This is not theory, it is lived reality. Many of you have seen moments when the media became a bridge of peace. And sadly, you've also seen when it became a spark for conflict. So if Uganda has not shown you examples, then remember Kenya in 2007. The lessons are still fresh, and the distance is not very far. So what am I saying? All I am emphasizing is that if we continue integrating the universal periodic review recommendations into the electoral cycle, then our 2026 general elections will definitely be more credible. Legitimacy comes when the process is fair and when rights and rights of everyone are respected. This means linking the UPR recommendations to every stage, now onward, in the campaigns, on polling day, during tallying, and in the aftermath of the election. That is, during the election disputes resolution. Courts must be ready to hear petitions quickly and fairly. Institutions must work together. The Electoral Commission, the UCC, the police, the Human Rights Commission, civil society, media, political parties, and international partners must all work together they must meet regularly and jointly build trust in the electoral process. As the Uganda Human Rights Commission, we are grateful for the support from the United Nations and partners. We want to extend our thanks to His Excellency the President Coordinator for standing at the forefront of this effort. But I should also emphasize that support can only go so far. The real responsibility is actually ours. It is we Ugandans who must ensure that the coming election is to the level and standard that makes us proud. As the proverb says, the heaviest drum is carried by the one who beats it. So we are the drummers. We are the ones to do the heavy lifting. And if we fail, no one else will dance to our rhythm. So, ladies and gentlemen, implementing the recommendations we are going to talk about in the 2026 elections is not just about ticking a human rights box. It's about building trust. It's about giving our democratic processes that legitimacy that they require. And it's also about showing that Uganda can turn words into actions. So as I conclude, let me reiterate that we, as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, are proud to host this dialogue. What we agree on today must not end here in this room. It must guide the practice on the ground. I am optimistic that together we can make sure that the 2026 elections are not just peaceful, but are also credible, inclusive, and rights respecting. I thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, for the minutes that you were, for setting the ball rolling. You've come out very clearly on the reasons why we are here, the issues of freedom of expression, and the role of the media, and independent electoral commission, what that means for us in our context, rights and freedoms, political rights and freedoms, participation for vulnerable persons, which is a key issue for human rights, and the issue of electoral violence and intimidation. And you've really set the ball rolling for us, and we're very grateful. We're here to have an honest conversation. Uganda Human Rights Commission, like Commissioner said, believes that dialogue is the way for us to resolve our issues, and that we are responsible for our own issues. So we are hoping for an honest and a vibrant conversation, and for recommendations and takeaways that we can all hold ourselves to. We are live streaming this conversation, and we have a hashtag today that I'd like to share with you. Please share, retweet. The good thing is I'm talking to people who know how to do these things, many of you. Our hashtag is UPR meeting, elections UG. So kindly, let's get the conversation going, even out there. Let's not keep it just in the room. So once again, thank you so much, Commissioner, for getting us started. Like I indicated, we will take our group photo when the chairperson of the Electoral Commission has come in and has made his remarks. So for now, please allow me to welcome Ms. Ruth Sechindi. She has a very, very big profile, but allow me to introduce her as the Director of Monitoring and Inspections at Uganda Human Rights Commission. She will tell us a bit about what the Directorate does. But in our context, they are responsible for monitoring our compliance as Uganda to regional and international human rights standards. We participate as a nation, as a state, in the universal periodic review. And she's going to come and help us understand what that looks like for us in the context of elections, so that as we get into our conversation, we understand why we are focusing on the areas that Commissioner Christine has talked about. So please join me to welcome Director Ruth Sechenji with a hand clap as she comes to give us the context. I think we can do better than that. Director Ruth, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ruth Sechenji, and today we are going to look at the recommendations that came from the UPR review. UPR means Universal Periodic Review. Hajat, you're welcome. It's always a pleasure to see you. Yes, we always get inspired by you, and all of you who are in the room. I'm from the Directorate of Monitoring and Inspections. I have a colleague who calls us the Bakalabalaba in the Mairoko language. So we do oversight of government compliance in regard to international and regional human rights standards. Our role is to observe what government is doing, what every government ministry, agency, and department is doing, and whether whatever they are doing, laws, policies, and everything, it complies with human rights. So I'll explain what UPR is and why it is important to us as Ugandans and what it means for us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Universal Periodic Review is a state-led peer review mechanism under the auspices of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Through this process, the human rights situation of each of the 193 UN member states is reviewed and assessed every 4.5 years. What does that mean? We have many mechanisms. The Committee Against Torture, the one on women, the one on the CRC, rights of the child, and all these mechanisms, their committees, they tell states what to do. You're falling short in regard to how you're protecting women, you're falling short on how you're protecting persons with disabilities, and many other issues. But what makes it different, what makes UPR different, is that state parties, other member state countries, just like Uganda, come to us and tell us, oh, you have fallen short of your glory in this regard. So it is a peer review. Peer means colleague. It's a collegial relationship. So the UPR process is voluntary. No one forces any states. It's cooperative and grounded in interactive dialogue among states. So it provides each state under review an opportunity to showcase the progress made in promoting human rights, identifying existing challenges, and receiving recommendations from state parties. As we say, the world is a global village. So every state tells Uganda what to do. So whatever is happening here, and the media plays a critical role, and that's why the media is in the room. Everything you report, you post on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok, and whatever you publish and you put online, the world is watching, the world is following, and they are holding, they take it literally. So when you misrepresent, when you misreport, if there is misinformation, disinformation, it impacts on the state and the human rights record. So that is why the UPR is very important. States pick up all these things, and then they get to advise and guide Uganda when appearing. Uganda will be appearing in 2026. So we are keen on this. So most importantly, the UPR encourages states to address human rights violations and strengthen their human rights framework. It also aims to promote meaningful and lasting improvement in human rights observance at the national level. Thus, the UPR's ultimate goal is to ensure the promotion and protection of human rights in every member state, fostering accountability through reporting, mutual assessment, and constructive recommendations. Now, no one is going to bring a gun or a stick and hit the state. But when we are shamed internationally, it impacts on us. It means if when we fail in our record of protecting and promoting human rights and issues of accountable, we get ashamed internationally. It affects our development, it affects investment, it affects our livelihood as human beings living in Uganda. So the human rights record plays a critical role at the international level. And the UPR is a process where they bring out our dirty linen and evaluate whether we are conforming, we have fallen short. So I am going to take you through some of the recommendations that we receive from the UPR process. But before we get there, just to explain further about the UPR, the review process is based on information obtained from various sources, including the state report. Uganda submits a state report. There's what we call the interministerial committee that sits down together with them, headed by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Justice. And at least the Uganda Human Rights Commission is privy to this meeting. And they sit down and they record and document everything that government has done. And they submit it based on the questions that are raised. And the other source of information is treaty bodies, treaty body mechanisms, NHI reports, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, alternative reports, that is civil society reports, and even the media and individuals who submit reports. The process starts with the states under review submitting its national report to the Human Rights Council. The reviews are conducted by the UPR working group of the UN Human Rights Council, which consists of 47 members of the council. However, any UN member state can take part in the discussions, dialogue with the reviewed states. Each state reviewed is assisted by groups of other states, at least 3 states, known as the troikas, who serve as rapporteurs. So the selection of the troikas for each state is done through drawing lots following the elections for the Human Rights Council membership at the General Assembly. So the reviews take place through an interactive dialogue between the states under review and the UN member states. So you sit there in a big room, and every state sends a question. Every state sends a question. And Uganda usually is various ministers go there, headed by Minister for Internal Affairs and Minister of Justice and many, technical people. And we go there, or they go there, and they answer. It is like, not an exam. It's supposed to be it's a peer review. But still it's stressful because so many states are asking you questions. What have you done? Chagulani did this one did this, and it's very uncomfortable. So during this discussion, any UN member state can pose questions, comments, and make recommendations to the state under review. Issues or questions are grounded and shared with the state under review to ensure that the interactive dialogue takes place in a smooth and orderly manner. Now, Uganda has so far participated in 3 cycles, and these include, we have been reviewed thrice, and that is in 2011, 2016, and more recently in 2022. Now, during the 2016 second cycle, Uganda received 226 recommendations. Out of these, 148 were supported, and this is the language they use. When they say supported, they mean accepted. So we supported them, or we accepted 148 in 2016, and we noted 78. Noted means we rejected. In 2022, that is the 3rd cycle, Uganda received 273 recommendations and accepted 139. So we accepted, or we supported 139, and we noted 134 recommendations, an acceptance rate of approximately 51%. We did well. We could have done better. Uganda is now preparing for its fourth review cycle, and it's scheduled for October 2026. But by February 2026, we should have submitted a state report in accordance with the UN Human Rights calendar. Now, already civil society is preparing an alternative report. While government is saying we've done this and talking about all the good things, civil society is also writing and saying, no, Uganda has failed here. And then individuals are also writing. And many other people also want to submit, okay? And then there are the concluding observations that we shall see that are also considered. Now, let us see the recommendations on elections Now, I've talked about so many recommendations. Remember, we received 273. That's a big number. And we accepted 139. We rejected 134. That's still a big number. So let us look at the recommendations that relate to elections that we received in 2022. You can actually even Google them and go to the office of the High Commission, UN High Commission office website and get these recommendations. Now, one of the recommendations that they made on elections is to allow for more legitimate participation of the opposition in elections, including by guaranteeing freedom of assembly, of expression, and of association. And that came from the Bahamas, okay? So the Bahamas was telling us to ensure that we have legitimate participation of the opposition in elections. The question is, aren't we doing that? So Uganda government noted. Remember what noted means? Noted means, yes, we have observed it, we have just noted. So we have not accepted, but it's the UN language. So we did not accept that. But that does not mean that when we do not accept it, we ignore it. We take note. The other recommendation that was made by Sweden is to conduct a full and independent investigation into the unjustified violence and human rights violations committed by security services during the 2021 unrest in Uganda in the run-up to the elections, and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. That's what came from Sweden, we noted. But despite the fact that we noted, Uganda still acted on it. They started investigating this. The other recommendation was to pursue a full accounting of the violence and killings committed in the lead up to the 21 elections, particularly enforced disappearances and actions of security forces. In November, they called it 2020, but they meant 2021, to ensure accountability and build public trust in institutions. That came from the United States of America, and we noted. Canada told us to investigate reports of extrajudicial killings, arbitrary arrests and detentions, enforced disappearances and torture before, during, and following the 2021 elections, and hold accountable the parties responsible. We noted. Germany told us to ensure full investigations, prosecutions, and sanctions with respect to widespread allegations of arbitrary detention in the course of the 2021 elections, as well as allegations of torture, extrajudicial killings by security forces, and inform the general public on the outcomes of these investigations. We still noted. Mexico told us to guarantee the right to freedom of expression, association, and inclusion, including participation in the electoral process. We noted. Spain told us to ensure the respect for freedom of expression, press, association, and peaceful assembly. We noted. Canada told us to respect the freedom of expression online, that is online, whatever you send online, including by ending the practice of enforcing internet shutdowns and taxing the use of social media. We noted. Canada still told us to end the intimidation and harassment of domestic international journalists by the state authorities. Around that time, there was a journalist who was, declared persona non grata, and provide a free and self-operating environment for the media people who are here. We noted that. Estonia told us to remove all obstacles to freedom of expression and media. We noted. Finland told us to ensure freedom of expression and association and peaceful assembly, and all that, and also talked about civil society to ensure that we limit restrictions. We noted. France told us to ensure the respect for still freedom of assembly, and also ensure that human rights violations perpetrated against members of the opposition, civil society, and human rights defenders are investigated. We noted. Switzerland told us to ensure the protection, to protect freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, freedom of association, and they wanted us to adopt laws restricting these laws, and all that, and ensure peaceful political actors and all that. We noted. Norway told us to take steps. Still, it's about freedom of assembly and expression, and told us to cooperate and say that the state should cooperate with civil society actors and political parties, journalists, and the media, and that we should ensure that the environment is free, or we should operate in a free and independent environment without fear of reprisals, and still we noted. Austria requested us to ensure full enjoyment of freedom of assembly and expression as per our international commitment. We noted. Ghana came out to say we should continue to reinforce, meaning we're already doing it, we should continue to reinforce measures that guarantee the rights of citizens to peaceful demonstration and freedom of expression. So we supported, we accepted Ghana. But do you see, they used the word continue to reinforce. So that means Ghana acknowledged that we're already doing this. Italy told us to create a safe environment in which to exercise the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, aligning the legislation with international law and preventing attacks and intimidation against human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society. We noted. Australia told us to promote an open civil and political space and uphold the right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly by repealing all laws and policies that restrict activities of human rights defenders. We noted. Netherlands told us to end the intimidation and harassment of human rights defenders, civil society. Around that time, remember during the elections, Nicolas Opio had been arrested, and there had been some arrests of human rights defenders during the elections. I think they were in a hotel, and they were, I don't know, counting or tallying. They put an alternative tallying center. So this explains that, and we noted. The UK, the United Kingdom, and Northern Ireland requested Uganda to work with civil society, reform the working practices of NGOs, the NGO Bureau, to guarantee an open, accountable, and vibrant civic space, and publish the details of these reforms. We noted. The Republic of Korea told Uganda to improve the legal and policy framework for ensuring the freedom of peaceful assembly and protecting civic space in accordance with international human rights standards. We still noted. Ireland told us to adopt a human rights defenders protection bill. We noted. Estonia told us to work on specific legislative measures to end the harassment of human rights defenders, civil society, and journalists. We noted. Uruguay told us to take immediate measures to ensure that civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and journalists can operate in a safe environment and free from acts of intimidation or reprisals, and that all complaints are duly investigated including through revision of the restrictive provisions of the Penal Code. We noted. Spain requested Uganda to ensure the protection of human rights defenders, journalists, members of the opposition, and other civil society actors, allowing them to carry out their work freely. We noted. America still told us to lift ongoing suspensions of the operations of civil society organizations to contribute to promoting and protecting freedom of assembly and freedom of association. We noted. Now, those were the provisions or the recommendations that were raised by different states during the 2022 UPR review process. I'm going to come back to this. However, I want us to go through After the review process of the UPR and Uganda, if you look at the electoral recommendations, we supported only one, majority were noted. We're also going to look at 2016. But after, even though we rejected them, the committee went ahead and made recommendations, which we called concluding observations, and called on Uganda in regard to freedom of expression. They called on Uganda, the state party, to take all measures necessary to ensure that everyone under its jurisdiction to exercise the right to freedom of expression in accordance with Article 19 of the Convention of that is the ICCPR. And they called the states to refrain from prosecuting and imprisoning journalists, writers, human rights defenders, and other civil society actors. They told Uganda to review and revise the current legislation, including the Computer Misuse Act, the minimum broadcasting standards under Schedule 4 of the Uganda Communications Act, and to avoid the use of vague terminology and overly broad restrictions in our laws. They also told us to ensure that we protect the use of we stop enforced disappearances terminology and that overly broad restrictions like issues of information. They also told Uganda to ensure that journalists and human rights defenders are free to carry out their work without fear of reprisals. They told that we freedom of peaceful assembly to review the committee, the Human Rights Council, we made a concluding observation that the state should review the legal framework on peaceful assembly in order to bring it into conformity terminology 21 over the ICCPR and also to ensure that restrictions to ensure that peaceful assembly and utilization of assembly we stop the disappearances and also they also told Uganda police force to ensure that use of force of firearms by law enforcement agencies as weapons during peaceful assembly. They told that the freedom of peaceful assembly to review the committee. Then they also talked about Uganda should ensure that there is an enabling terrorists, society and civil actors to operate in Uganda, including journalists. These were the concluding observations that they gave to the states, as well as ensuring an independent electoral commission. But I think our commission is independent. Let us go back to okay, let's just a minute there. Okay, I think my computer is acting up this side, so I'll read from here. So in 2026, it's also very important to look at what we had in 2016. That is the third periodic, the second periodic review prior to our 2022. And if you look at France, the state called on France to ensure the full respect of freedom of association and assembly. And if you look at the difference between 2022 and 2016, and this is the comparison I wanted to give you, is that most of these issues we accepted in 2016. Yet when it came to 2022, we rejected the same. So if you look at Australia, it says strengthen measures to end any possibility of alleged police brutality, arbitrary arrest, and politically motivated prosecution of opposition leaders. We supported, we accepted. Spain in 2016 talked about take measures to guarantee the right to peaceful assembly and avoid abuses in police activities. And if such abuses occur, ensure that they do not go unpunished. And we supported that. And then that country that I can't pronounce talked about improve the transparency of the electoral process, provide equal conditions for all candidates, prevent obstruction of the media and the internet, and ensure the independence of the Electoral Commission and impartial investigation of allegations of election fraud and violence. We supported. In 2016, the US in 2016 said enact electoral reforms to address problems noted by multiple observers during February 2016 elections, including by making the process for appointment of the Electoral Commission more inclusive and transparent. We accepted. I think we have done that, no? Yes. And then the UK told Uganda to consult a broad range of civil society actors and reflect their views in the NGO Act 2016 to ensure an open, accountable, and vibrant NGO sector. We supported, or we accepted. Botswana in 2016 told us to take measures necessary to allow the enjoyment of civil and political rights by all, including the right to participate in political and public affairs. We accepted. Norway in 2016 told us to carry out the electoral reforms proposed by the Supreme Court of Uganda at the time and independent observers to ensure future elections can be held while respecting human rights. We accepted. Canada at the time told us to implement meaningful electoral reforms to ensure the transparency and independence of the Electoral Commission and its adherence to democratic principles and prevent the misuse of state resources for campaign financing. We accepted. Uruguay in 2016 told us to explicitly recognize the legitimacy of the work carried out by the human rights defenders, publicly support their work and provide protection for them. We accepted. And then those that we rejected in 2016 are to amend the NGO Act adopted by in January 2016, which restricts freedom of association, to bring it in conformity with the Constitution and the ICCPR. We noted. Ukraine told us to ratify the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, the Conventions on the Reduction of Statelessness, the Optional Protocol to the Convention Against Torture, the Optional Protocol to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Second Optional Protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. We also noted. The UK at the time told us to amend the Public Order Management Act in line with the international best practice as set out by the Special Rapporteur on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly, and we noted. And then the US also told us to cease the harassment and arbitrary detention of political opposition leaders and supporters and ensure that peaceful political dissent and public disclosure about human rights, elections, and government policy are allowed to take place freely in public spaces and in the press. And we noted. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the recommendations that came from 2016 and 2022. If you note, the majority of things that were similar to those in 2022 were noted in 2022, and yet they had been accepted in 2016. And the committee then goes back to talk about the independence of the Electoral Commission. It goes back to talk about, as a concluding observation now, those are their observations and their recommendations to us. They go back then to advise Uganda to ensure freedom of assembly, the protection of opposition leaders, and also ensure participation for all, and also freedom of assembly and expression. As I conclude, I note that the UPR recommendations on elections in 2022, even though mostly noted, they highlight critical areas for reform, including enhancing electoral transparency, ensure protection of political freedoms, and safeguarding the rights of all citizens to participate in free and fair elections. These recommendations are not merely critiques. They are not critiques. They offer a pathway towards stronger democratic governance, accountability, and inclusive political participation. So Uganda's commitment to implementing these recommendations is key in building public trust in the electoral process, reducing political tensions, and upholding human rights. It is now upon all of us, all stakeholders, government institutions, civil society, and partners to work collaboratively to turn these recommendations into concrete, lasting changes. I thank you.
I think we can do better than that. That was quite a comprehensive presentation on UPR, and it was interesting to see the difference between 2016 and 2022. What changed? That's the question in my mind. Similar recommendations supported in 2016, noted in 2022, and what will it be like in 2026? Remember, the world is watching us. This is peer review, so states are watching our processes. We voluntarily say, yes, we are a democratic republic. So are we doing better? Are we going backwards? Those are some of the conversations we want to have in the room and come up with strong recommendations that we can hold ourselves to. So thank you so much, Kalabalabawa UHRC, Director Ruth. Thank you so much for that presentation. I would like to recognize the presence of Commissioner Lamek Somara Peter, member of the Human Rights Commission. Commissioner, you're very welcome. You came at a good time. The conversation is starting to get heated. I'd also like to recognize the representatives of some political parties that we have in the room. We have representation from JEMA. I think I saw somebody in the room. I think he stepped out briefly. And representation from Conservative Party. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your presence. During the introductions, you heard that we have a lot of media practitioners in the room. And for good reason, because many of these recommendations rotate around the role of an independent media, what role that plays in democratic processes. So as we wait to hear from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I have it on good authority that he's nearby, would like to hear from the fourth estate, from the media practitioners. What do you think about these recommendations? How is Uganda doing? What are your practical experiences? What are some of your recommendations? What can we do better? And to engage us on that, or to get us started on that, because we'll have plenary as we go along, but just to get us started on that, I'd like to invite Mr. Francis Kagolo, editor New Vision, to just give us his thoughts around that conversation. Mr. Kagolo, welcome.
Thank you. Although I've been hijacked, I'll have a few words to say. My name is Francis Kagolo. I'm not the editor of New Vision, I'm the news editor. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for organizing this. I'm happy to meet Mr. Speke. He's a very media-friendly commissioner. Since the several times, he always sends us tips and guidance on news coverage, and I'm sure he will be helpful during this coming general election. Yeah, thanks for sharing these recommendations. The invitation you gave us had 3 major recommendations, and that's where I'm going to focus. First, I would like to say that you cannot have free and fair elections unless you have a strong foundation for a free, independent media. So the media is therefore crucial for the electoral process, right from the registration of voters throughout the process for the election and voting day. One, I would like to say that as the media, in relation to this recommendation, is ready and is providing platform for political actors, the parties, the candidates, and the voters themselves. Recently, we've just finished as Vision Group what we call the Citizens Manifesto, where we go to different districts across the country to interview voters about their choice of how they would like to be led, the issues they want the leaders to address. And some of these issues included poverty, unemployment, etc. Therefore, that is intended to provide a voice for the voiceless. Ordinarily, the media would have focused on what the leaders are saying, but in light of these recommendations and in light of the requirement by the laws, electoral laws, we got it to look out for traditionally disadvantaged people in the villages, especially women, to air their views. We are also highlighting the plight of the voiceless, the victims of electoral violence. Whenever there is violence in the elections, in the campaigns, we try to look out for the victims to highlight their suffering. And that, I'm sure, will always be done throughout the process. We also investigate human rights violations and expose the perpetrators to bring them to book, however powerful they might be. This is because we are aware that no one is above the law. I think that should be done throughout the electoral process. Radios, televisions, newspapers have to investigate these violations whenever they are happening. And there should be guarantee that the media personalities, reporters, and editors who do this are protected. Okay, so the Electoral Commission has to work and support the media. Providing fair coverage to all politicians, to all political parties and other actors to promote freedom of association and expression. This is done in the form of talk shows, in the form of news coverage, in the form of there is some radio stations now have what is it called? Where they invite people from different parties. It's like Timeza. Now, reinforcing measures that guarantee rights of citizens to peaceful demonstrations and freedom of expression. I would like to say that the media has to be cognizant of the possibility of inciting violence when it comes to reinforcing these rights. So, what you can do is to cover peaceful demonstrations, highlighting the demonstrators' concerns without appearing to be inciting violence. How do you avoid inciting violence? We have a policy at Vision Group that requires that you do not report about intentions of you don't report intentions to protest, but you cover the protest, okay? If there is a press briefing and a certain group is announcing plans to hold a procession, to hold a protest, a riot, you don't cover that because in a way you'll be inciting or promoting, inciting violence in essence. But when there is a protest, you cover them because they have issues. So you highlight their issues, hoping that the powers that be will address them. I talked about the Citizens Manifesto that was done and helps to reinforce the rights of citizens. during campaigns, we also need to ensure that our stories carry the voters' voices, not only the politicians' promises. That is very important. When you go to cover a rally as a journalist, you need to interview the voters, the people that turn up for this, that attend these rallies, to also have a voice in the stories. Especially need to look up to the traditionally disadvantaged people that I talked about, particularly women in rural areas, the youth, and others. There is also need, this is being done, but we need to do better, of having voters to participate in public debate and get adequate information about parties, policies, candidates, and the electoral process. Whenever there is a talk show, I think it's important that TVs and radio stations have someone representing voters to challenge these political actors. But above all, the media has to maintain a high level of professionalism, accuracy, and impartiality in coverage. There is a saying that every man is a political animal. You may have sides, but when you go to cover a political rally, can you put your views aside and report accurately? You shouldn't be seen to be campaigning for any candidate. Try to be as neutral as possible in your coverage, although deep down your heart you know that so and so is better than the other candidate. Okay, you also need to provide fair coverage to all parties, all candidates, and other actors. I think that's the most important when it comes to media and the electoral process. Those are my few words. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kagolo Francis. I would like to open the discussion up a little bit for us to respond to the issues that Mr. Kagolo has raised and the background that Director Ruth gave to us, so that we hear more voices in the room. Like I said as we were starting, this is a conversation. We want to see how we can do better. I was particularly intrigued by the aspect of voters' voices on these talk shows and radio shows. Every evening, if you're listening to one station or another, right now, the talk is politics. But we're hearing from the actors, they are getting a platform, but what about the electorate? You also spoke about the issue of disadvantaged persons, getting those stories, the power in a story, listening to the stories of the disenfranchised. I think that stood out for me as well. But I'd just like to give us an opportunity to have some comments in the room around what we've observed from the discussion around the UPR recommendations, 2016 versus 2022, and what we are hoping for in 2026. And let's hear some feedback in the room. I can see the Deputy Chairperson Electoral Commission would like to say something. Where is Jackson? Oh, can you pass on the microphone, please? Christine, I'm going to ask you to help me with that.
Thank you so much. It has been exciting, and as we wait for the Chairman of the Commission to make his presentation, I thought I should say something. The 2016 versus 2021 defining responses as far as the issues that were raised are concerned. And one thing that's coming out clear as the presentation was taking place was that how was 2021 generation? We all know what it were. Of course, it didn't allow that freedom that they're talking about by policy, and we were all scared about our lives. We were all kept indoors, even those of us who are participating, those of us who are carrying out the election itself, we are extra conscious. Therefore, the issue that had been raised in 2016, when it comes back in 2021 as a big issue, probably they didn't see it as an issue because there was a big reason for why you had to restrict movement, why people should not participate as much as they wanted. We all wanted to participate, and I don't think this was political, it was a health issue as far as 2021 is concerned. And I thought that they needed to look at that before coming up with so many concerns of how the freedom of expression, freedom of movement. They wouldn't express themselves, there was no platform. The numbers of people that were meeting were restricted. Even the movement itself was restricted, not because of influence, but because of the situation under which we were operating. That is what happened in 2021, and I thought it was a very, very big reason, a big issue that they had to put into consideration. Now, when I looked at the other issues that were raised by all the different countries that became the 2.6, it's a repetition of the same. You see, as we are in this room and we all say one thing and each one of us has to make a point. So by the time they came to 130 something, there were probably 2 comments that they had to make. And the picture wouldn't have been as ugly. Not being so defensive, but I'm just saying those are the issues that they raised. They're talking about the media people and still the space for the other political actors. And that was the bigger point. I think I should welcome my chairman. Is that water? Oh, chairman, you're welcome. So the points were 2, probably 2 or 3. They are being repeated by different countries, but because they are observing from the same space, therefore they are seeing the same thing. And I don't want to say that there was a very, very big difference. Probably there were more countries 2021 which were responding, but they were responding to the same issues. So I want to think that because if somebody gives you a big luggage, they make you fail to focus. We needed to have to focus what were their issues. Their issues were that the media, people had to be given space, also the other political actors had to be given space. And therefore focus at that and see how best we can improve on that. Thank you so much.
My Lord, the Chairperson Electoral Commission, we want to welcome you to this stakeholder engagement meeting. I think you arrived at a good time when the Deputy Chairperson was submitting on the floor. We are discussing the Universal Periodic Review mechanism and in the context of the upcoming elections. We had just opened up the floor. We had heard from the media, we had heard from Uganda Human Rights Commission, and we're getting some feedback in the room about what we think caused the difference. 2016, we see we have so many supported recommendations. 2021, not as many, and I think we recognize the context within which the 2021 election happened, and so that was one of the submissions. So we'll continue to have some submissions on the floor as we allow the Chairperson Electoral Commission to catch his breath and get a feel of the discussion in the room.
He has already called.
Let's have because to sort of give the context in which we are having the conversation, and then we'll welcome you. I will request Commissioner Lamek Sumara Peter, who's actually the session chair of this session, to join the Chairperson Electoral Commission at the front. And I will invite back Parkojo, representing the Office of the High Commissioner, to come back to the front as well. Yes, protocol demands so kindly indulge me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is David. I come from the People's Progressive Party. I am the Secretary General, and I am glad to be here. Some very quick observations that I would like to make and possibly comment. Number one, in 2016, we had 226 issues that were raised. We supported 148. In 2022, the issues raised from 226 to 273. The issues that we supported decreased from 148 to 139. I want to agree with the Commissioner that most of the issues that were raised in 2022 are more or less similar to those of 2016. But what does that tell us? In 2016, we supported them, which also meant that we were in agreement and we promised to go and work on them. In 2022, the same issues came up. What that tells me is that we did nothing or little for the 4.5 years before the review was done again. But now the most interesting part of it is that in that 2022, we actually, most of them we rejected. I know there is that messaging language of the UN. I don't know whether it's supported and what? Whatever it is, it is clear, it is just a rejection. So what we supported in 2016, we actually rejected them in 2022. And the question is, what are we expecting in 2026? The trend is not promising from my point of view. The things that we thought were raised, and these are issues that are raised consistently by other countries that watch us and wish us well. We commit and say we are going to deal with them 4.5 years down the road. We actually clearly tell them that we have rejected these things. I do not know if I am expecting anything positive in the 2026, unless there is something that, will clearly speak to that. And if you look at the issues that are not supported, most of them are issues that relate to freedom of association, freedom of speech, peaceful, demonstration, expression and all this. I do not know why anybody should reject these things. Is the rejection on the assumption that we have actually done better and it's just an assumption? We're actually not doing any better. I said I come from the People's Progressive Party. That means my tribe is of political parties, and I also come from the clan of those in opposition. We understand these things. We know what it means when we are talking about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of association, the freedom to openly and freely organize assemblies out there. We understand that. And we are getting it election time. You're all going to be observers anyways. Realities will be there. So for me, my biggest concern really is that we seem to be, lacking that political will to implement the things that even countries outside here think are important for us to do if we are to be at the level where we all want to be. The political will is not there. The laws are there, the commission, Uganda Human Rights Commission, is possibly doing its best. Of course, there are challenges also, and to the commission, you know that there are sections of political actors in this country who do not believe so much in you. Personally, I think you're trying, but the fact is that when the ugly face of the law or of politics gets into confrontation with the law suffers. You try your best, and then the politics takes the day with all its ugliness. So I think as a country, it is still very challenging for us. We have a lot of things to do. Human Rights Commission, I don't know the extent to which you can bite the state in cases when they cannot implement the things that you yourselves also, recommend. Because there are recommendations, yes. But where there is no will, where do we go? You join us, we join you in lamenting, and it ends there. So that line that we must cross to have these things done is where my fear is. I don't see any positivities coming. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I think I really see it as a big challenge ahead of us. We may get even worse results in 2026 review than we did in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General of PPP. First of all, thank you for being in the room. Your voice matters, and it's important to us. And thank you for the concerns that you raised. It was interesting to what extent can the Commission bite the state and the issue of politics and the law. I think the temperature is going up in the room, and I believe the people that are still at the front are well able to respond to that. Do we have any other comments, or before I invite the Commission to say something?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Speke from the Justice Forum Jema. I want to hear from Madam Speke in this booth or even Commission ahead. So when government denies or rejects these things in your presence, you people on the ground, how do you feel? When you come back, how do you push to see that? Because Madam Speke said these things we reject in the open at the international platform, but we do take action. So what are some of those where you have taken some concrete action that government denied at the international platform, but you as people on the ground, you know that there are irregular detentions here, detentions in ungazetted locations, harassment of media people, intimidation, disappearance of people. What actions have we taken since those recommendations were made? Thank you. Maybe also, Mr. Howard, you point out that citizens should be given a voice to not make their opinion heard on the political process. Or at least some of this, maybe. But I know that the media here is operating upside down. In normal circumstances, it's the guests who are awarded. But in our own media here, the guests are asked for something which our people do not have. How do we go about that? How do we make sure that they gain space to express themselves? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I see any other hand? Yes, Commissioner Dr. Simba.
Thank you, moderator. Since the language is support and noting, I just want to note. I just want to note. And Canada, USA, Germany, Sweden, Bahamas, Mexico, Spain, Estonia, Finland, France, Switzerland, Norway, Australia, Netherlands, UK, South Korea, Ireland, Uruguay, only 2 African states. Botswana 2026, Ghana 2022. I don't want to go academic and begin a presentation why Botswana made the comments it did in 2026 and of 2016. Probably if it was told to make comments now, the comments would be different. So now, I just want to assume that though the world is trying to come up with universal principles of doing democracy and elections, the practice on the ground is democracy all over the world has been shaped by history, context, and the culture of certain people. So even if you interrogated the nature of democracy and elections in these 19 countries, the practices are slightly different. So the point I'm raising is, much as I don't want to negate the importance of universal periodic review, why don't we also look at homegrown reviews, especially by African Union, specifically African peer review mechanism, which Human Rights Commission is aware of. Thematic area number 1 of African peer review mechanism is democracy and elections. They have made recommendations on how Uganda should do its elections and democracy. Why don't we have also an opportunity to interrogate how far Uganda has gone to implement the recommendation of the African peer review mechanism? Also, another framework, African Code, is the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. We are all aware that Uganda signed the African Charter of Democracy and Elections on 16th December 2008. It came into force 2012. We have been trying to request the government to ratify the African Charter of Democracy, Elections and Governance. To date, much as we signed the Charter in 2008, we have not ratified it. So also Human Rights Commission may have an understanding or explanation why, in spite of the fact that we signed this important framework, we have not ratified it. So universal periodic review, very good global picture, comments from Western world, developed democracies, because democracies have been grown for 200 years, 300 years, and they expect a developing countries with democracies 2 years to be at the same level. So let us also embrace our own frameworks and see the challenges we are facing in implementing these homegrown frameworks.
I think that's a fair comment, Dr. Simba. What about the African context? Are we marking ourselves against the African context, or are we focusing only internationally? I think we'll have one more comment, and then I'll invite Director Ruth to respond to the questions that have been raised. Mr. Kagolo, if you want to respond, you'll also have a chance to do so. Should we respond first? Okay. Director Ruth, let me invite you to respond to the questions that have been raised in the room.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. I like the observations that were made, and I will try to, connect them all together. We, as you may observe, 2022, it was more of freedom of expression, assembly, civic space, and all that. Yes, Hedget, you really observed this well, and I think it was in relation to the context at the time. And in 2016, it was still freedom of expression, the internet, remember the Facebook thing and all that? They raised internet, and then majority are talking about the Independent Electoral Commission. So they are talking about, in 2016, they are talking about prevent obstruction of the media and the internet, transparency of the electoral process, equal conditions for all candidates, and then independence of the Electoral Commission, and then peaceful assembly, and also police brutality and arbitrary arrest. If you realize that the UPR usually comes after the election, and so majority of the states many times pick up the issues that may have occurred prior to or during the electoral process, and these ones really feature prominently. Now, someone has asked, the commissioner has talked about, oh, I'm not surprised, these states are the ones who raised this. Well, all member states are allowed to. Now, out of the so many recommendations, you realize that the African states are many, and majority of them deal with economic, social, and cultural rights. Now, there is a matrix. I don't know whether we'll be able to get this book. But if you look at the issues that Congo is dealing with, Congo will talk about children, then South Africa is talking about HIV/AIDS, and then Zambia is talking about NHRIs, then, you know, so Zimbabwe, Ethiopia is talking about budgets, you know, and then another is talking about persons albinism, Djibouti is talking about albinism, Eswatini is talking about still albinism, others are talking about race, Algeria is talking about children, Mozambique is talking about women. So every state brings out, talks about the issues that they are very comfortable with and that relate maybe to their country or where they feel that they have the moral authority to speak about it. If they are not thriving in a particular thematic area or area of governance, most probably they will not raise it because it is also affecting them back home. So you realize that African countries are dealing with food, shelter, housing, women, children, persons with disabilities, albinism. So the recommendations are many. Now, what I cut out, what we discussed this morning, are only about elections. And the issues that came out in regard to elections were the opposition, the independence of the Electoral Commission, the civic space, issues of the media, issues of the internet and technology, and that. So, unfortunately, I did not give you all the recommendations, but there are many from the African states. And then the West then usually goes for torture, enforced disappearances. Enforced disappearances are people disappearing. They're dealing with electoral reform. They're dealing with policies and laws. That is where the America and the West usually cover. Now, you talked about the African peer review. We are following it very closely. And for most of the recommendations, you talked about the ratification of these instruments. We have written and also written to Parliament and also in annual reports requested for government to implement many of these international instruments. Now, the gentleman, I think over there, sorry, I did not get your name, Haji, but you talked about what is it? You kept saying government has done this, even though they noted, okay, even though they rejected, the reality is that nothing has been done. What is it you're saying that they have done? Actually, after the UPR, we extract even those that they have noted. And we look at how can government take it up. For example, so even though they noted some, we called for the investigation of people who were arrested, people who disappeared, and who were missing, and we tasked government to identify them. Many have since been released. The commission conducted in-depth investigations. We started tracking people, as you already know, and we started ticking off the list. We even received some complaints. We also wrote a report that we sent to Parliament. We appeared in Parliament a number of times, And also government, the ministry, the UPDF came out, and Ministry of Internal Affairs came out to account for some of these people. And we followed them up to the level of prisons to find out where are they. I think there are just a few missing people who have not been accounted for, but we are still at it. So it's not that just because Uganda noted as a government does not care. It means that someone cares, and if it is noted at the international platform, international level, it's very important that we follow up on it. The other issue that was done is for us to continue documenting and observing, and we send an independent report. So when they are reviewing, and for us as UHRC, as a national human rights institution, we're supposed to be independent of the state. We are supposed to write an independent report to give a true reflection without sensationalizing, okay? Civil society can sensationalize, government may deny, and then we become the balancing act of saying, yes, government has done this much, but this is pending. These are the gaps. So we try to balance and make sure that we're authentic and truthful and give a true reflection of a clear picture of what is happening in the country. There is the issue of intimidation of opposition. I think we have been at it. And I don't know that right now there is any intimidation, and we hope that there will be none. So, but we are following up. Anytime some issue is raised about political persons or the media, then we pick it up. The issue of harassment of the media, we thought it had ended, only we were disappointed about the Kawempe situation. It also affected us as Uganda Human Rights Commission, because when we are being reviewed as an NHRI, it is one of the issues that they raised. So when something happens, even if it's an errant police officer, it affects government, it affects the NHRI, it affects everyone. Because then we are accountable. You did not do much. We thought that right now you had trained enough police officers and UPDF officers. How come it came to this? So I think we have had various engagements with police, the military, and I think you saw them being summoned in Parliament. Now, human rights is a process. You don't wake up and say, we are done, and you sing Kumbaya, hallelujah. No. It is a process, and as long as we are human beings, there will always be excesses. So our role as the NHRI, as Human Rights Commission, is to continue documenting, speaking, writing, screaming, reporting, and doing everything. And government, in its government ministries, agencies, have to continue improving and training and sensitizing, and if it means dismissing people from their forces, they really have to do that. There is no state that says it has no human rights violations, but it's important that we speak about the excesses, we speak about the violations, and we, in the hope that we'll at one time reach utopia, destiny, la la land, where there is no violations. Thank you.
I think Director Ruth deserves a hand clap. She has answered the questions done them justice. Mr. Kagolo, do you want to respond to the question that was raised? Or you're conceding?
Thank you, Hart, for raising that issue. Allow me to speak both as a practitioner, but also a media scholar and trainer, and state that, contrary to what you said, that the media in Uganda is operating upside down, actually the media in Uganda is relatively free compared to many countries in Africa. You asked a question that how do we make sure that the citizens gain space to express themselves? I think the media in Uganda is doing a lot. Is doing some work to highlight the citizens' views. I talked about the Citizens Manifesto survey that New Vision has just completed. And during this survey, issues like lack of access to electricity, unemployment, corruption were highlighted. This is one of the ways that the media is doing to help the citizens express themselves. But if you listen to talk shows, Mr. Kaiga is here. He always frequents different radio stations. You agree with me that the radio stations and TVs allow call-ins from people to call in during those talk shows to express their views. That's one way that the media is helping the citizens to express themselves. I talked about campaign stories. This we did in 2021, and I'm sure we are going to do it in 2026. And I advise different other media platforms, TVs, radios, to copy a lead. When you go to cover a presidential campaign rally, when you go to cover any candidacy rally, please make sure that you get the views of the people from that locality, besides what the candidate is promising to do for them. That's one way to ensure that the citizens can be heard. Then there are manifestos. When you are analyzing different political parties' manifestos, it is important that you get views, not only from what we call the experts. Sometimes the experts may be the local citizens, because they are the ones, they are the victims of corruption, so they will be able to speak out. So you get their views. You've seen on TVs and radio stations live interactive shows from different areas. Bukede TV has a Kabugako within news bulletins that is intended to help the citizens air out their views so that they are heard. And usually that is very important because the policymakers and politicians watch these news bulletins. So in between the bulletin, you bring in views from different townships, where people gather. It might take like 5 minutes, but they express themselves. Lastly, protests. Yes, protests are intended for people to air out their views, their grievances. I've said that as media, we don't intend to sensationalize. What we do is to highlight these issues so that the powers that be can address them and not incite violence. That we do that. The media covers protests, demonstrations, and that is one way of helping the citizens air out their views without necessarily inciting violence. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Yeah, I've forgotten to clap. I'll keep reminding you to. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kagolo, for that. I'll invite Mr. Kojo to say something, and then I will be handing over the chair to Commissioner Omar to take us through the next section. Mr. Kojo?
Thank you very much. So I think I just wanted to add just 2 quick points in addition to what the director said. In the context of recommendations that I've noted, sometimes we do have states that actually provide explanations, so in the form of clarifications, and then a lot of times they are often attributed to sometimes constitutional limitations. So these are some of the things that we can also consider. Sometimes policy approaches may be different, hence the reason for sort of comments to note the recommendations. Also, I think in respect to noted recommendations and why they often appear subsequently in other review processes, is also because, of course, as the UN, silent diplomacy sort of helps a lot in a lot of ways, because the UN, of course, in collaboration with other partners on the ground, including development partners, but also NHRIs, sort of always provide that support, indirectly or directly, to sort of address those sort of recommendations that have been noted, of course. And then, of course, in the future, hopefully, at that point, it's also addressed enough to the point where it now becomes sort of something that is not really supposed to be mentioned again in others' views. So I think those are the 2 points that I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kojo from the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. At this juncture, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry for coming in when I am not supposed to.
You're welcome.
But I was intrigued by a question that was raised by one of us, the extent to which the Uganda Human Rights Commission pressures government to adopt the recommendations made. And I think Director Ruth answered it quite well, but I thought I should add one or two things. That first of all, the Human Rights Commission does not sit back and look when government is noting or rejecting these recommendations. First, once the recommendations are made, the Commission monitors the extent that government has accepted the recommendations or noted, or the extent that government is implementing those recommendations. Secondly, we issue our annual human rights report on the state of human rights, which also highlights the progress we are making with regard to meeting some of the issues highlighted in the recommendations. Such engagements, such as this stakeholder engagement, we also convene them to track the progress. We also advise the government when it's developing its action plans to implement the accepted recommendations. And we don't pressure, we use constructive engagement to get government to respond. But more importantly, I think the Commission also plays a significant role in terms of keeping the conversation around those recommendations going on domestically at the national level, which is exactly what we are doing now. So we don't just sit back and look. Now, the other issue that got my attention, and this is in support of the Deputy Chairperson's comments on the recommendations made, and without appearing to be scoring in my own goal, I think I also have a challenge with the 2022 recommendations. And maybe Director Ruth, you can help clear my mind on this. Because the context of that election was totally different. But it looks like the marking scheme that these people, our peers used, was the same as the previous marking schemes, which was not alive to the different context that we are in. You recall that many of the countries that were going to convene elections around the COVID pandemic period actually bolted the elections. Uganda is one of the fewest countries that actually went ahead to convene and fulfill its constitutional mandate, convene those elections at the time they were supposed to be conducted, which I think is a plus amidst the challenges. Was this evaluation committee of the UPR, was it alive to the fact that there was a pandemic? Does it live on a different planet or what? Because that doesn't seem to have come out in terms of the recommendations, because you're seeing they're making recommendations about assembly, about association, about freedom to protest. And yet, in December 2020, the World Health Organization, had actually come up with guidelines that if a country is going to convene a highly public, mass-driven
public process, such as an election. These are the guidelines they should adhere to. The small meetings, the meeting numbers, the distances, the social distance that should be kept between people. But now, here we are, talking about a UN-led process, our own process, that seems not to take into account the reality on the ground. And that is why we are seeing that in 2022, the recommendations are even amplified around assembly, around association, around protest. I don't know what the marking scheme was like, and I may need to be educated a bit more about that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for speaking on behalf of the Commission about what we actually do about the recommendations. And I think at some point we'll allow Director Ruth to respond to that question. I am in the process of handing over the chair, but Dr. Kagwa Selefo has some questions which I believe his lordship can address as he's making his remarks. So I'll allow him to speak, and then I'll hand over the chair to Commissioner Omar.
Thank you so much. I have these two concerns since the Electoral Commission is abundant here, and these are rare opportunities to meet them. One is in regards to changes to the electoral roadmap. And I was asking, the roadmap, in developing it, you must have consulted stakeholders. I believe so. But when you're making these abrupt changes, you don't consult them. Yet the actions impact on all stakeholders. I was asking, what does it cost EC to consult other stakeholders? The second one is that we have seen victims of harassment, candidates beaten, and going forth to the EC with injuries. And the EC goes ahead, to continue with its own activities. Can there be some action in favor of the victims, maybe to hold the process until the activities are stopped? Because if you just go ahead, without taking any concern, these practices will never stop, will just go on. Can there be any action be taken by the EC in favor of stopping these unbecoming behaviors? Thank you.
Commissioner Omar, I had handed over the chair to you.
Director Complaints, Investigations and Legal of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Director Pauline, thank you for handing me the chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and honor for me to host this session of the Stakeholders Engagement Meeting on this very important subject of elections. This morning, I had a feel of the importance of elections coming here when I got stuck in one of the biggest traffic jams in Nakawa after moves. And what was happening there, everybody from I think all over the country was there really interested in elections at that Institute of Technology and Science preparing for campaigns. So to me, this shows the importance of the elections. My name is Omara Peter Lamix. I'm a member of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and I will chair this session. And in chairing this session, I will start by, first of all, welcoming the members ahead here, the Lordship, Justice Byabakama Mugeni, Simon, you are most welcome to this dialogue. I would also like to welcome Mr. Kojo from the Office of the UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights. I welcome Commissioner Honorable Kaheru Crispin from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Those are the panelists, but then I would also like to extend a welcome to the Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission and all of us who are here, stakeholders, in this important subject of elections. Now, this session, I will start by inviting the chairperson of the EC, His Lordship, Mr. Byabakama, to make his comments. And after he has spoken on the mechanisms by the Electoral Commission to ensure a peaceful, free and fair elections with participation for all, we will proceed with later on other statements and discussions, dialogue, which I will be coordinating from here. It's now my pleasure, Justice Byabakama, to invite you to make your remarks on this subject. Let's welcome him with a big clap. He's the most important this time. So we are honored to have him here.
Thank you, Session Chair. The representative of the Chairperson, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the representative of the UN Resident Coordinator, commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, the Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Commissioner Dr. Simba of the Electoral Commission, the civil society representatives, political parties representatives, the media, and all of you distinguished participants. Good morning. I apologize first of all for having come late. You know, we are in the season. Fetuli Mukintu. And I had to pass by my office first to attend to some urgent matters. But I was also comforted by the fact that the Commission was ably represented by the Deputy Chairperson and Commissioner Simba, who arrived here early. I thank you. Now, mine is a departure from noting, presenting or engaging. And on the outset, I wish to say this. Every human evolvement and achievement is a process with ups and downs. But it is the sheer grit and determination that we get where we want to get. So, whereas some of the concepts and recommendations that have been made arising out of partly or electoral environment or electoral conduct and other matters may not have been realized to date. That does not mean we are in abject failure. We shall get there. On behalf of the Electoral Commission and on my own behalf, we are greatly honored to have been invited to participate in this stakeholders meeting on the Universal Periodic Review recommendations on elections. More specifically, this engagement is quite timely, considering that we are left with only 4 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, to go before polling activities for the 2026 general elections. My presentation, therefore, on the topic mechanisms by the Electoral Commission to ensure a peaceful, free and fair election with the participation for all is clearly apt and spot on. Article 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is the bedrock of democracy and governance in our country, for it lays down three critical fundamentals. These are: 1, all power belongs to the people, who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with this Constitution. Emphasis: all power. Secondly, all authority in the state emanates from the people of Uganda, and the people shall be governed through their will and consent. Thirdly, the people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda. Those are the three fundamentals that are highlighted in Article 1. There is need, however, for caution that a free and fair election is not synonymous with a perfect election. But when you listen to the narratives by some commentators, without them explicitly stating so, there is a tendency of equating a free and fair election to a perfect one. Others have opined time and again that there can never be a free and fair election in Uganda. The concept of a free and fair election is not defined in any law, be it in the Constitution or other electoral laws or acts of parliament. It's only the Supreme Court of Uganda that made an attempt to define what constitutes a free and fair election in election petition number 1 of 2001. Colonel retired Dr. Kizza Besigye versus Museveni Yoweri Kaguta. By then, the name Tibuhaburwa had not yet been added. And the Electoral Commission by stating as follows, quote, to ensure that elections are free and fair, there should be sufficient time given for all stages of the elections, nominations, campaigns, voting and counting of votes. Candidates should not be deprived of their right to stand for elections, and the citizens to vote for candidates of their choice through unfair manipulation of the process by electoral officers. There must be a leveling of the ground so that the incumbents or government ministers and officials do not have an unfair advantage. The entire election process should have an atmosphere free of intimidation, bribery, violence, coercion, or anything intended to subvert the will of the people. The election procedures should guarantee the secrecy of the ballot, accuracy of counting, and the announcement of results in a timely manner. Election laws and guidelines for those participating in elections should be made and published in good time. Fairness and transparency must be adhered to in all stages of the electoral process. Those who commit electoral offenses or otherwise subvert the electoral process should be subjected to severe sanctions. End of quote. The court also went on to make this fundamental statement, which I beg to quote. It said, elections are a vital process in establishing a stable and legitimate political order. They are crucial instruments for peaceful and orderly transfer of power. The ballot must replace the bullet as a means of changing government. End of quote. When you analyze the foregoing definition by the Supreme Court, it highlights one critical aspect, that the attainment of a free and fair election is an embodiment of the participatory efforts of every citizen, organizations, state agencies, all manner of people or agencies who have a role to play at one stage or another in the entire electoral process, acting within the confines of the law as well as the common good. The Electoral Commission, however well-funded or prepared or organized, cannot by itself guarantee a free and fair election. Why do I say this? Because although it is the overall manager of elections, it is not the key operator or driver of some of the processes that are cardinal to a free and fair election. For instance, the Commission does not manage the process of identifying party flag bearers. It does not conduct campaigns. It does not mobilize the supporters to attend campaign rallies. It does not bribe voters. It does not engage in inciting language. It is not in charge of law enforcement or in ensuring an enabling environment devoid of fear, violence, or hatred. Some of these aspects are the preserve of other government state agencies, which, as mentioned in Article 1, derive their authority from the people of Uganda. Cognizant of a critical role, however, the Commission emphasizes and practices transparency and inclusivity by sensitizing, mobilizing, and educating the citizens, voters and non-voters with regard to their expected roles. Those of voting age are encouraged and urged to register as voters, so as to exercise their sovereign power, which is well articulated in Article 1. In order to do so, before we have any election, be it a by-election or general election, we must conduct what we call the update of the voters register for a specific period. Maybe before we even get there, before we launch or embark on implementing the roadmap or the program for the general election, we issue the roadmap covering every facet, every tenet of a free and fair election well in time. For the 2026 general election, the roadmap was issued in August 2022. And we laid out in detail every facet, every aspect that constituted what was to be undertaken before we get to polling day or polling days. Why do we do that? So that we inform the stakeholders of what is afoot, so that they are able to plan appropriately and mobilize their supporters. It also enables to plan, the Commission to plan, and government also, to plan the budgeting process for the general elections. You will remember that we normally do this in the open. We invite so many tens of stakeholders to be part of this process, so the message can be disseminated across the country. That is one measure of inclusivity. We openly inform all and sundry of what activities to be carried out, when and how. While we do all this, regrettably, our efforts are at times derailed by some actors who indulge in vices that are abhorrent to the quest for a free and fair election. Take, for instance, the current obnoxious trend of monetization of the elections, which everybody is talking about. Normally in the morning before I go to work, as I'm preparing myself in my room, I tune on one of the local radios which I listen to. The presenters always present what is trending with some humor. This morning, the presenter was saying, ekiri ekololo, esente ziri wali. Bukyokola yambala yellow ogende kololo. Jo mukwano gwange yavudde ine emitwalo 4 n'olwaleero yaddayo. But what is in the kololo? Money is just swimming around the kololo there. All you have to do, put on yellow, report. Yesterday my friend came out with 400,000. He's going back today. Really? Political bribery has become so ugly that the perpetrators even do it in broad daylight, dishing out money to voters without any care or apprehension. Regrettably, our democracy is by and large captured by money bags, almost shutting out those credible voices without deep pockets. We have to rescue our democracy from obscene monetization of politics, abysmal voter turnout, rampant vote buying, brazen electoral violence that create a pervasive sense of disillusionment, particularly among the youth and the disadvantaged. Politics has clearly become a prohibitively expensive auction, fueled by dangerous monetization that sidelines principle and elevates corruption. We must speak out against these vices if we are to sanitize our elections. In my view and the view of the Commission, this requires a two-pronged or three-pronged approach, which the Commission has embarked upon. 1, sensitize, mobilize the people to abhor corruption in any form in elections. The other day, we were engaging some leaders in Lira, LC1 chairpersons, and Kisoro, before we had by elections. And we asked them a question, how many of you have chicken in your homes? And all of them raised their hands. Said, how much is your chicken now if I come to your home? 35,000, 40,000? Good. Then why do you allow the power of your vote to be bought at 1,000 shillings? You, the voter. They don't buy the voter, the ballot they are buying you. Because that ballot cannot cast itself until you move to the polling station. You are making yourself cheaper than your chicken when you accept 1,000 shillings. They all laughed. You could see it was really, it hit them hard. They all laughed. But we have to speak out against these things. As a commission, we can only sensitize and appeal to the people. Because these are an affront to the quest for free and fair election. They undermine the sovereign power of the people. Secondly, we must proactively and robustly make the available laws bite those who participate in voter bribery. Deterrence must be created, must be brought on board. We have engaged with the office of the DPP all the prosecutors in the country during their annual UPR conference. As prosecutors, we are telling them they need to have a role to play, they have a duty to play in ensuring that we have free and fair, credible elections. By prosecuting vigorously all those electoral offenders who are brought before the courts of law. We have also engaged with the police establishment. We have addressed the top commanders, the CID officers, the district CID officers, and we are telling them that, look, it is your role to ensure that electoral laws are observed, they are adhered to. And any offender, anyone who breaches any of those laws must be dealt with in accordance with the law. Investigate the cases, hand over the files to the state attorneys, and they are prosecuted. The other option, maybe, or measure, is to amend the law, banning proven election voter bribers from contesting in subsequent elections. We had made that proposal, I don't know when, was it 2020? Was it 2020? 2020, in the prelude to the 2021 general elections, we have made a proposal that any proven voter briber or bribe person who bribes voters, if the court announces the election or the victor of that person on account of bribing voters, and we have to conduct a by-election, that person should be banned from participating in the by-election. Just like civil servants, when they are now convicted of corruption, they are banned from holding office for a number of years. Can we apply that to politics? Over which parliament is going to pass such a legislation? So we are also mobilizing law enforcement, prosecutors, to be on the forefront of contributing to clean elections. We have emphasized to the police that as law enforcement, they should avoid turning into lawbreakers themselves. However, real participation begins with each one of us being cognizant of our duties and obligations and taking tangible steps to live, actualize, and intentionally bring to life or reality the duties and obligations we have towards our country, which are clearly spelled out in the Constitution, among which is to promote democracy and the rule of law. Let me tell you, we are the ones to do it. Nobody is going to do it for us, because no one beyond the boundaries of this country owes us a living or a stable, peaceful country. As key players in our democratic processes, we ought to collectively organize, mobilize, and educate others. Most importantly, we ought to cultivate a culture of listening to those with the divergent views and seek to change them through persuasion rather than confrontation. True participation is inclusive, continuous, and informed. Of course, the other ugly face of our elections now is violence, which we have all noted. Very unfortunate. Violence has no room in a democratic space. If anything, it kills whatever gains and the efforts we are making in nurturing and grooming and growing our democracy. We have even unfortunately experienced loss of lives during electoral processes. The question is, what value does the loss of life add to a particular candidate? There is none. Because the sole determinant of who is the most credible and acceptable candidate is at a polling station, not through bloodbath. Violence threatens the very fabric of our existence as a country, particularly in the area of peace and stability. We must remember, peace and stability are critical pillars in guaranteeing investment, business and trade in the country and beyond. We must therefore make a collective effort to ensure that nothing disrupts the peaceful environment in our country. The stability of our country is crucial to our prosperity, for it allows free movement of goods and people in the country. We must therefore all become agents of peace. And we must all recognize that the Electoral Commission cannot work in isolation in ensuring that we have a credible, peaceful elections. Every Ugandan, every citizen, every agency, civil society organizations or groups, you have a role to play. Because as the Supreme Court told us, a free and fair election is a composition of various tenets, various activities. But each of those activities have the primary performers or implementers of those activities. We are engaging with the political parties. We have an open door policy, and we invite them, although some of them don't believe in us, you know that. Akakachiiko, yebo munakora mutya, tekasobola kulangirira muntu mulala. Why? We have said, come forward and tell us. The Electoral Commission, by the way, is a mere vehicle that ensures the people who have sovereign power exercise their power on who their leaders should be. Without the people, there is no Electoral Commission. So therefore, in that regard, being a servanthood entity of the people, we invite every person, political parties, any individual, any group, organization, to come and share with the Commission their misgivings. How do you rate us? Where do you think we need to improve? So that we perform to the expectation of our people and exercise their constitutional rights and power as Article 1 requires of us. Of course, nowadays, wherever we go, what happened in Kawempe North does not escape Kawempe South. Kawempe North, Kawempe South. No, it was Kawempe North. Then I said, as a lawyer, as a judge, before I decide the case, I must look at the facts and the evidence before I find someone guilty or culpable. As a commission, we did everything we were going to do in Kawempe North. We made sure all the eligible voters in Kawempe North were in the voters register. We made sure they knew where they were going to vote from. We made sure when each and every activity was supposed to take place. And we made sure we delivered all the materials in time. The candidates who were prepared to participate were given opportunity to get nominated. And they were given opportunity to campaign. On polling day, all the polling stations were open. None remained closed. And materials were delivered. We deployed our personnel to do what is required of them. Those who wanted to come and vote, they turned up to their respective polling stations. Voting went on normally until about 4 p.m. when, was it one polling station had a total? 2, where some miscreants turned up and did havoc at the polling station. Can you say the Electoral Commission therefore failed in its duty? That's why we are urging that, look, if you want a peaceful, credible, free and fair election, ask yourself, what is my role in this process? How am I going about contributing or carrying out this role? Am I acting within the law or not? If only, I repeat, if only every actor in the electoral process could recognize that the law is paramount and whatever you do I must do it within the parameters of the law. Elections in this country are very easy. Very easy. But you have, because of the cutthroat do-or-die nature of elections now, where people are investing obscene amounts of money in elections, those people do not have the mindset of losing an election. Take it from me. Someone disposes of his or her property in a Kololo or Nakuru or Munyonyo, whichever, and seeks this money in an election. You think that person is coming to lose? So how do we address this? Let us engage with one another. Let us make sure that we have the necessary reforms that target these specific items or specific vices. Let us make sure that we have a collective resolve and say that we cannot continue like this. We cannot have our ballot papers soaked in blood first in order to say we have had a credible election. No, we cannot allow that. As a commission, therefore, want to reiterate our resolve. We shall do all that it takes to ensure that the people of Uganda express their will on who should govern them. One of the efforts that we are making is to engage, what I was saying, we are engaging with the Uganda Police Force, we have engaged with the Uganda Police Force. We are also going to engage with the military, because there has been a lot of concern that the military are overshadowing their hand in the electoral processes. And we are saying, as a commission, the military are also subject to the law. Any individual officer of any security services who acts outside the law should be dealt with as an individual. I don't think it is the policy of any of these entities or agencies to ostensibly break the law or command or direct their people to break the law during the electoral processes. We need to apply the law in order to abide. But the other challenge we have is the culture in our country of how we look at electoral malpractices. We tend to wage them off as near election year. And you wonder what it will be there. But this is criminal. These are crimes. How can you say these are electoral fees? No, these are crimes. That book is full of so many offenses, electoral offenses. Bribery is an offense. Inciting violence is an offense. Obstructing voters is an offense. I was telling the Uganda Police Force the other day. For instance, now, we have started receiving notifications from presidential aspirants, those who want to contest for the office of president. Under Section 3 of the Presidential Elections Act, it says any individual who wishes to contest for office of president is free to consult in any part of the country. They are free to consult. But in so doing, one, you introduce yourself to the commission. Two, you notify the police of the area and the local leaders where you are going to consult. Now I told the police, these people, when they write to us, our role as a commission is to give guidance on how to conduct consultations. Because some of them want to go and start campaigning under the guise of consulting. Some of them want to go along with the processions of borders, with the head out of the car roof, waving banana plantations and trees, and so on and so forth. That's not consultation. So we give a guiding kind of response. Then ask the police. They are also supposed to introduce themselves to you. But what are you supposed to do when you get this notification from an aspirant? What are you required to do? Go and read the law. Look at Section 3. Is there an element of you granting permission? So yes, we allow you. No, it is not there. Section 3 has no implied permission. on the part of the police. They are only informing you so that you can carry out the duty of ensuring there is an enabling environment that permits consultation to take place. Don't stop them. I told them, when a candidate, when an individual has been nominated and becomes a candidate, he is subject to the regulations and guidelines of the Electoral Commission and other laws governing his or her candidature. And one of the main activities they carry out is campaigns. But before they hit a campaign trail, they must get together and harmonize their campaign schedules among themselves so that they do not find themselves at the same location at the same time, which might cause a clash between their supporters. There is no reason, therefore, why a candidate who is heading to his duly designated campaign schedule by main venue should be obstructed from getting to the venue. There's no reason, no justification at all. Because this is a lawful process. This is a candidate. He has certain rights and obligations. If he's carrying out his campaign in a manner that conforms with the law or to the law, what is your problem with that candidate? Leave them to go where they're supposed to go. And we are going to continue emphasizing this to enforcement and security. Some of these recommendations that were made, for instance, one of them was a level ground, particularly in the media, state-owned media. People have been arguing, since the court in 2016, was it 2016 or 21 or 11, I don't remember. They made recommendations, they have not been implemented. They have been implemented. For instance, any government, any state-owned media enterprise or house is required to give equal time, equal opportunity to all candidates. That is in the law. Any media house or entity that does not comply will be sanctioned according to the law. The challenge is with the private media enterprises or entities, private, that law does not govern them. I don't know how maybe human rights or whoever we have to engage. We also engage with the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters, and all these media-related associations and bodies, and say, please, you also have a role to play. If a candidate has paid airtime in a private radio somewhere to get there, now, why should that candidate be stopped or barred from going to the radio? Why? National Association of Broadcasters. Don't you have rules and regulations that govern the operations of your members? We must make sure that every candidate is given a level ground. The people are the ones who decide who is the rightful person to lead us. As a commission, we are not going to tire from engaging with all relevant agencies and driving these points home, because the quest for a peaceful election is the concern of all of us as a country. Social media, the freedom, people are talking about no freedom of expression, freedom of, and so on and so forth. I don't know. When you see what is taking place on social media, it's good, but at the same time, it's bad. It's good when it is used for the rightful purposes, to disseminate right information. But when it is full of lies, defamatory statements, and so on and so forth, malignment, darting, rolling people's characters and the names in the mud, it becomes terrible. For as a commission, the best we can do and what we have done is to set up a very robust social media team which can respond instantly to some of these terrible disinformation posts about the commission and about the staff and individuals of the commission. That's the best we can do in the circumstances. But I think we need a holistic approach as a country to determining what is it that we want out of this electoral process. My own view as the outcomer is elections are not the most critical factor in this country. Those are my personal views. What is critical are the day-to-day activities the Ugandans get out of their homes to go and perform, either in their gardens, or in the markets, or in their shops or malls, or the transport sector, our border riders, in an environment of peace and stability and freedom, no obstruction, no hindrance, no violence being meted out against them. Then at the end of the day, when they have got some money, they can go and look after their families and educate their children. Those are the most critical activities in my view. Where an election is going to disrupt this environment that allows our people to carry out their activities at whatever level, and they are locked up in their homes because of fear, because of the unknown, losing their merchandise and so on, burning their properties, that is not an election. It is a dis-election. We must avoid that. We have gone out of our way because we realize that unfortunately some of these detractors who, under the guise of being leaders or calling themselves leaders, lure and mislead our younger people to engage in some of these terrible acts of violence, destruction of property, looting, and so on. We have gone out of our way to engage with the young people, and we are telling them, look, you cannot be reduced to mere foot soldiers, mere cannon fodder to confront security at any cost. You have value. You must see yourselves as valuable. The challenges of today do not define your destiny, but how you handle yourself and confront these challenges. You must remain disciplined. You must remain law-abiding. You must remain focused. So we're telling the police, why don't you go for those organizers, the actors of these vigilante groups, of these militia groups? Go for them. They are greater danger than these ones. I was telling a story when we were having the by-election, I think 2018-19, Toroma, have you remember? Toroma County in Kataku district. We normally, when we're in the by-election, we run around the constituency to see how things are running. Now, I was heading to a by-election far away from the headquarters. Near the lake. See what was happening there. I came across, as I was about to arrive at the polling station, I saw the police vehicle coming. By then, the director of operations was Asumani Mugeni, who is now retired police officer. He waved me down. Came out and said, Chairman, you are heading that direction. I said, yeah, don't go there. Said, why? The youth are on rampage at that police station. They almost manhandled me. Can you imagine the whole of me? Assistant Inspector General of Police in my uniform. They almost manhandled me. I'm going for enforcement. I said, what happened to them? They are so drunk, they don't care about them. So indeed, after a few minutes, he passed with the troop, they call them troop carriers, about 3 of them, full of policemen, heading to that direction. They managed to arrest these young people, brought them to the police station and arrested them. Now, even when voting had ended, and they were waiting for the results at the Terry Center, I asked him, what has happened to those young people you arrested? Wow, they are sober down. They are pleading for mercy. They are saying it was one of the candidates who gave them water in the morning. Can you imagine? Leaders, or so-called leaders. They deliberately incite these young people giving them these bad substances to cause chaos or mayhem. So I said, what are you going to do then? We're just going to listen. They were used. So ladies and gentlemen, it is not all lost. It is not all doom and gloom. We are going to have our elections. But the kind of elections we are going to have is purely dependent on what the Ugandan people are going to put in those elections. Are we going to put civility, good conduct, tolerance, and the desire not to disrupt the peace and stability we have in the country today? Or no? If we do that, then I can assure you we are going to have a credible election. Dr. Kagwa, when we are preparing the road, we are governed by Article 61, Clause 2, which defines the period or the time frames within which the general election has to be held. In the first 30 days or the last 122 days of the expiry of the term of the current government. Then we organize we draw the roadmap and the activities. If we were to engage with stakeholders, I don't know whether we will make a move even. If we said, now we are going to do this on such a day, is it okay for you? You hold on. What if we do? No, but you people, why do you do it like this? Why don't you do it like this? Yeah. I think the essence is what you are rolling out or going to do known to us or not known to us. Secondly, when it comes to making adjustments, again, we are mindful, one, of the current environment, because when you are making a roadmap in 2023, you may not really precisely determine the environment or the circumstances that might be prevailing in 2024-2025. However, I want to assure that the adjustments that we make, we also recognize that political parties have a role to play. If you prepared adequately on the basis of the original roadmap, really, no changes are going to cause major upheaval in your preparations. Again, if we are to make changes and then we go to consult political parties, we want to move further nationally. Because they will have all sorts of reasons, they will have this, they will have that, and so on and so forth. I think the important thing is that we inform you firsthand that look, we are doing this, and we are not doing this to disenable any political party. For instance, we have adjusted the nominations for members of parliament for parliamentary elections from the original 15th-16th September to 15th-16th October. I thought this is beneficial to political parties, which have not yet sorted themselves out. Now you have more time to identify your flag bearers and sort out your internal issues that might impinge on your preparedness. I thought that is sufficient time. Secondly, if any political party feels that whatever we are doing is disadvantaging them, please come up and tell us. But I want to assure you, whatever decision we make in any adjustment is not to disadvantage this political party and advantage the other party. Or this aspirant. In any case, for us, as far as we are concerned, by the way, we don't know any candidate. We have no candidate at all. All people are aspirants. We don't know them. That's why we are not in charge of the processes that govern how they end up getting the flag. No. We only guide and say, for those who want to contest, if you are holding a public office, remember to vacate the people's office within such a period before you become too late. For those of you who don't have direct qualifications and you are going to add up and subtract and add up, please do it within this period. We give all the guidance that is required. Therefore, I want to reiterate the Commission's determination and commitment that we are going to do our level best. We are already doing what it takes to ensure the people of Uganda exercise their constitutional right and their sovereign power enshrined in Article 1. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, can we give him another louder round of applause? Thank you, chairperson, for assuring us of the commitment of the Commission to delivering a good election, a free and fair elections, and also for telling us about what it takes, the conditions for having a free and fair election. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will, after these remarks by the chairperson, we will request you to step out and we'll have a group photo. Is it outside? Or here?
Yes, we are going to have the photo here.
Yes. Okay. Then you come over and organize the participants.
We shall have here categories with the other people this time.
Okay,
I think
inviting
the
us
photo team is ready.
And ladies and gentlemen, after the photo session, we will be regrouping. We will come for a plenary session. And the plenary will be discussing areas of strengthening the rule of law and promotion of human rights, and measures to guarantee the rights of citizens to participate and freedom of expression. And also measures to continue efforts to strengthen the rule of law and access to justice. These are the areas we shall be discussing in the plenary. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Commissioner Simba. Commissioner Simba was my lecturer at one time. And I did not recognize you at the beginning, but it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. And Commissioner, I've been requested to invite you to join.
That's for the future chair.
Sorry?
Future chair.
Yeah, but we shall organize for another show.
The photos were found to go. So this is the arrangement. We are waiting for the deputy chair, electoral commission. We'll have the first comer, the others, the participants will join in at the back. Thank you.
Extend.
As we get organized for a photograph, just to reaffirm what the session chair has said, we want to have a brief plenary with a view to ending with lunch, if that is okay with us. So it's okay, well and good for us to have these conversations, but it's important that we have recommendations from this room that as Uganda Human Rights Commission we can take up and follow up. So we'll have a brief plenary after the photos to ensure that we document clearly what recommendations this forum is making towards ensuring that we do implement the different recommendations under the UPR on elections. And we score perhaps better when we come up for review in 2026. So we are just waiting to have the deputy chairperson join this photo. We don't want to miss her. She's entered the room. So we'll have her join this panel of men. I just thank you for breaking the... We are glad to have you. Not only for that reason, but so we'll have that photo. I believe the photographer is in front of us. Yes. So we can now have, I'm going to invite the UHRC staff that are in the room, Director Ruth. Let's have the UHRC staff join that photograph. And then we'll have the third one as the entire political. Okay, before I have the UHRC staff, let me have the representatives of the political parties. Yes, we need to capture all the categories in the room. So let's have the political parties present. Where has Haji gone? We'll have the political parties, then we'll have the media, then we'll have the UHRC staff, and then we'll have a group one. Because the group one, some of us who are short like disappear in the group. So yes, let's have the representatives of the political parties join behind. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Your voice counts, and UHRC commends your presence. Unfortunately, as you came in, some of you we did not recognize your arrival. I apologize for that. Can you make sure the photo is smart? There's a light that needs to be. Okay, the experts are telling us it's okay. We'll hold them to that.
So just look straight in that camera. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a memorable one. We are grateful. Let's have the media representatives join the photo. Yes, the fourth estate, we've had a lot of discussion around the role of the media, the independence of the media, and we are hoping to, from this, to have.
Let's move it closer to them.
I hope his lordship is safe.
That is too close.
That's why I was worried for his lordship. Not sure where his security is. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And now we can have the UHRC staff join the photo, led by Director Ruth and myself.
Okay, let's try to balance.
Please join us. Please guide us on how we can at least honor here.
Okay, let's walk into the photo.
But those of you who are short,
So we can utilize this space here. So let's look here, everyone. One more. Somewhere, okay.
good.
One more. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So as I mentioned, we want to make sure that we have concrete recommendations. His Lordship has actually given us some, and we've documented those. But we want to make sure that we don't miss out on any others. So at this juncture, I want to invite us to make any additional comments or recommendations that we feel are important. As Director Ruth explained to you, Uganda Human Rights Commission plays a role of monitoring. We are monitoring, we are documenting, and we follow up these recommendations to the different stakeholders to make sure that necessary action is taken. So I usually say that if you have something to say, you're sure about it. So if I say 1, 2, 3 and we don't have, I'll assume that our voices have been captured. Am I right?
Is there any voice that we are missing? Okay. If voices have been captured, I'm going to invite the rapporteur, Ms. Doreen Nabate, to just repeat for us the recommendations that we have captured, so that we are sure that we've not misrepresented you. So, Ms. Nabate. Before we do that, can I just be sure that, especially the political parties, is there anything that we feel has not been captured or that the Chairperson Electoral Commission needs to take note of, and the Commission? I want to be sure that our voices have been heard and not stampeded anybody. There is, yes, who has the microphone?
I can use this one.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. So I think for me, it's just I just have two questions, no? For the Uganda Electoral Commission. I know that in our daily monitoring, as an office, we usually come across a lot of sort of stories, and that make reference to sort of the EC's electoral code of conduct. So I think my question to the Honorable Justice would be, has it been now finalized, the electoral code of conduct? And if so, is it possible to sort of have a copy of that? And then also, additionally, I wanted to also know, my second question or comment would be, for journalists who are looking to cover election-related activities, will they be required to sort of have separate accreditation from the EC or UCC, or is that something that is not yet been decided? I think that's the two for me. Thank you.
Okay, can we have any other question or comment? Yes, Dr. Fatwa, I think.
Just taking some glance from the DC again. From the president of the case of Honorable Dalcora, the grounds upon which it was decided, one of them, that he campaigned outside the campaigning period. What about people campaigning currently before the DC opens? No? They draw for campaigns, including even the head of the state. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members who have raised these questions. Now, I will begin with the last one. Ongoing campaigns. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we are in a multi-party dispensation. And since we are heading to general elections, the various parties have got to identify their flag bearers. And my understanding is that what is going on currently are campaigns by individuals belonging to different parties who are seeking to carry the flag on behalf of the party for the various positions. So we cannot stop them because we're in a multi-party dispensation. And secondly, the Electoral Commission is not in charge at all of those processes. We are not. We do not manage, organize, or conduct primary or party elections. We don't. So I think to me, what is being done is wrong, because how would they identify the flag bearer for the respective parties? Secondly, for the head of state, I think that gentleman is the head of state. Now, tomorrow, the following week, every month, until, even when elections, by the way, are held on whichever day we are going to announce, because the law says we cannot announce the polling day until after nomination. So we shall inform you the polling day, even if another person was voted into office as president, he will remain the president of the country until the 12th of May 2026, because that's when the term of this government will lapse or expire. So by all accounts, he continues to conduct the affairs of the office of the president. Now, if he's going around the country, meeting various people here and there, he's the president of the country. Period. If the electoral commission don't say, hey, no. It is, however, when he becomes a candidate, then he will be subjected to the same rules and regulations governing all presidential candidates. He will also be required to present his academic qualifications to prove that he has the academic qualifications required for that office. He will have to present the 100 names or signatures from 2/3 of the districts of Uganda in support of his candidate. He have to pay the nomination fee of 20 million shillings. Before he hits the campaign trail, him or his agents will have to get together at a round table with the other candidates, presidential candidates, to harmonize on their campaign shape for program. We set the guidelines governing campaigns. He too will be subject to those guidelines. If we say campaigns stop at 6 p.m., it must stop at 6 p.m. If we say campaigns will end on such a day, 2 days to polling, he too must stop. However, he will continue to exercise the functions of office of the president, because the country must have the president throughout, whether the incumbent is a candidate or not. There must be leadership in the country. But when he puts on the hat of a candidate and is going to campaign, he'll be subject to the same rules and regulations governing the presidential candidate. So I just want to emphasize that what's going on now is lawful. The various political parties must carry on their campaign programs and activities to identify the flag bearers. Journalists who normally don't do you operate as journalists?
We do. They present their media houses.
So you present the ID of your media house or something like that, and then to the commission. Have you ever turned down any journalist from accreditation? No. All you have to do is present your ID. But when it comes for by-elections, we don't operate them, do we? For by-elections?
No, we don't.
We don't. For by-elections, normally we don't accredit journalists. We just tell them, just introduce yourself, show us that you belong to this media house, and you'll be allowed to any area, either at the tally center or a polling station. You have right to free access. But for the national audit process, the national elections, those ones will require you to seek accreditation by presenting your media ID, my media house ID. Now, Mr. Kojo, the electoral code of conduct, this one? Yes, what I know we have in statute books right now is the Code of Conduct for Political Parties. The Code of Conduct for Political Parties is an addendum to the Political Parties and Organizations Act. That Code of Conduct spells out various obligations and duties on the part of political parties, what they are required to do, and why, and so on and so forth. It is here. But electoral code of conduct, if there is a code of conduct that is designed by the electoral commission, this is normally issued by way of guidelines. And these guidelines normally concern a particular electoral activity. If we are going to have the update of the voters register, we issue guidelines. If we are going to have a display of the register, we issue guidelines. If we are going to have candidates who are going to pick nomination papers, we issue guidelines, and so on and so forth. We don't have a central code of conduct, electoral code of conduct. But what we have is the code of conduct for electoral. But let me tell you, when some people think that they are that because of the environment in the country, people are put off, they are not interested in elections. What? Do you know how many people have picked papers to contest for president? 207. By yesterday must be 210. They have picked, yes. They have picked. They want to run the country. Serious, the Morocco. They are very serious. They are very serious. So 210, almost 110 Ugandans have picked papers to run for office of the president. And for us, we are saying, yes, nobody stops them. The Constitution says, once you are 18 years and above, you are free. If you have A-level equivalent, you are free. You go and get the 100 signatures from 97, 98 districts, you will come. If we suspect that these are indeed genuine voters, we could pass you. Then you come and pay nomination fees, 20 million. You come on the day of nomination, we nominate you. Then you offer yourself to the people of Uganda. So, by and large, there is some. Look, I don't think there is a country where you find all systems are 100% perfect. You would show me that system. Yeah, I'm told that system is in heaven, not here on this earth. That's what I do. So there's no human-run system that is 100% perfect. And that's why I keep telling Uganda and ourselves, some of us are not retired by some of the things we see going around. No. These are just processes. We can overcome. I think what is important is for us not to allow to drown under the wave of some of these unfortunate episodes. We must rise up. And they are within our control, they are within our means and our capability to resolve them and eradicate them so that we have smooth processes. For example, tolerance. Yeah. What does it take for one to tolerate another? What does it take? Why can't you tolerate one another? Why can't I be respectful of your divergent views? And we engage with one another. It's very simple. So I want to assure you and I want to appeal to you, colleagues and dear citizens, remember, as we keep saying in the commission, for us we recognize we have only one Uganda. There is no alternative Uganda or substitute Uganda. There is only one Uganda. So what Uganda will be or not be is in your hands and in my hands and the hands of others. What is our result? It's very easy. What is the result? You want first to let's put it on fire first and then we see. Once it has burned for a while, we put it up. Don't go that way. So I think my own view is if there is any matter, and please tell us, you're on the ground, political parties, you're on the ground. Is there anybody down there who's obstructing your activities? Come and tell us. Incidentally, the other time when the RDCs were becoming the menace in our elections, we personally went to the office of the presidency and they said, look, your RDCs are becoming the menace in our elections. They are overplaying their mandate, they are exceeding their mandate. We cannot have this as a country. And indeed, she took some measures, and I think this concept, not a concept, this phenomenon of numberless vehicles, those of you who have been participating in these by-elections, I think you used to see these numberless vehicles. But in recent elections, we have not been seeing them. We have been seeing them. They have disappeared. Because we say, look, Why should the numbers vehicles surface on polling day? Why? That's already an indication of something sinister. Because we are not up to something sinister. Why would you want to obscure the number plate of your vehicle? And indeed, she took up the matter, and that became. So, Uganda address these challenges, Uganda address these issues, and find solutions for them. Then we continue on this path of tranquility, of stability, of peace, which the other citizens of other countries are looking for here. And they come here, they become very free, they become very peaceful, they sleep better here than they were sleeping in their own countries. Then you Ugandans say, hey, we don't want peace, but now I'm getting away.
There is a question from a participant over there, please.
Thank you so much. I'm a teacher and I'm a candidate and I'm aspiring in Makiso. But this question goes to the chairman, PC, especially on the issue of the so many people have picked the forms for presidential elections. For us who are in active politics down there, it has really affected us. And most of them are seeing us as also jokers. Not me, but others. So my question is, Chair, will you be able, in case these people, the 200 plus, manage to get all the requirements for presidents, will you people be able to facilitate the more than 200 plus aspirants? How will the ballot paper look like? And so on. The other thing, which I also wanted to talk about on the where you talked about the doors of the EC being open to political parties. I've had a chance of meeting you people in one of our platforms, and we're able to have a meeting with all the commissioners and the chairperson and the interparty women platform. But we have been normally being engaged in so many activities of the Electoral Commission, yet we are not engaged in the preparations. As key stakeholders, maybe we need to be consulted first and find a way of harmonizing some of the programming so that we have a buy-in instead of being participants in some instances. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Harold Kaija from the PFF. I had decided not to talk since I come late, but I felt I would have let down a colleague since we are before the Human Rights Commission. Yesterday, my comrade Sam Mugumya was abducted in Nyabitanga, Barara. Sam Mugumya has been in the jungles of Congo for the last 8 years when he was sold to some elements of this government to the groups in Congo. He came back recently, wanted to contest for MP for Kondili municipality. Last week, we had a convention in Western Uganda. It was in Kabale. So I was trying to come back and I had a break-off in Mbarara yesterday. He was picked up today. We don't know where Sam Mugumya is. So I think the right place to report to is the Uganda Human Rights Commission. these kind of activities, methods of operation that have become a new norm in this country. I tell colleagues I don't put on ties because at one time I was almost killed using a tie. So for more than 10 years I don't put on tie. I walk with a kerchief and a sweater, that wherever you pick me, at least I can walk. And we are getting used to that kind of norm. And people think it is okay. I've had a lot of English here. I had the East boss, when you hear him speak, you think everything is what? It's not normal. It's not normal. And what we say, we mean it. We do not trust the commission. Quoting General Secretary what he told us about one of the elections. And nobody has ever come out to say that General Secretary was right. We know how things move. I heard, there are some sections, yes, I'm one of the groups who do not believe that the Electoral Commission is independent, what they are doing. We know you are captives like us. It's not that we are captives who speak that we are captives, but there are captives who are okay in being in captivity. One time I was in prison, in upper prison, and one of the guys who was jailed there, he was able to get an operation, a hernia operation. He said, oh, it is good I've been in jail. How would I have afforded this? And he was happy to be in jail. So that, okay, where things are, because at least things can move on well home. Somebody was telling me in the morning, we must make sure that our kids go to school. But when this house catches fire, like some of us, like for me, if Kampala banned, I have nothing to lose. But there are those who have made very big losses. So when we are discussing human rights abuses, let's be honest. And what annoys me in such platforms, I do not see any single face of NRA, at least official NRA. There could be those who represent it in other ways. But I don't see. So we are talking. So that's why I get bored and I keep quiet and say, why are we invited when they cannot invite those guys who we must address? So that they commit themselves. Recently, there's a group who invited us to commit on peace. They are asking us to commit on peace. The guy who's butchering us is not in the room. So I said, what do I compete? Thank you.
Thank you. We're giving another chance to any other comment, remark, question.
I think it's important we exhaust them, and it is important that we hear all the voices. I know there was silence after you spoke, but your voice is welcome. We need to hear it, and it is on record. If there's any other person who wants to say something, Your Lordship, I don't know if you want to respond.
Sure. Now I will start with my brother Harold. I think I started with the writer before I made my presentation, that human involvement and achievement is a process with ups and downs. To me, that was an indicator that yes, we still have some challenges as a country. We still have some unresolved issues. We still have some improvements to make here and there, because we are in a process. Doesn't mean we are yet where we want to be. But I say, the challenges should not act as a bar in our process, in our desire to get where we want to be. We all meet challenges in life. You cease to make efforts because I have this challenge now. The angry come here. I'm finished. I'm giving up. No. You continue to travail, be innovative, engage, talk. Some of us have been going to places of worship since we were born. the mosques and the churches and so on. The reverends and the imams and the priests have been preaching to us. He obeyed God. Has that been achieved? If anything, New York seems to be on the equal. Are you going to say the reverends and the imams are failing their job? Or they should give up? No. It's a process. This human endeavors are continuous, and it's a process. So, Harold, I did not say that it's all smooth and sailing well in the country. No, I was saying, in spite of the issues that we still have to grapple with, it does not mean we are in abysmal failure, or that we should give up and throw up the towel to the concern. I did not say that. We have to keep engaging and discussing these matters. If we have to find a solution and a way forward, we must engage and discuss it. Even in the homes, which are supposed to be the bed of love and the harmony and so on. Mama, the battles have to go over there. You have you seen this bishop, retired bishop of late? Now, on Mugumi, I think that the result of Human Rights Commission, I have nothing to comment about that one. He's not my candidate, so I cannot comment. On the aspirant for what you saw, the people who have picked papers, whether they are jokers, I don't know. I don't know. For me, the law does not put a bar. The law as it is now does not put a bar or a limitation on who should pick papers and who should not. It says because we are saying, are you a registered voter? Yes. Are you 18 years and above? Yes. You have A level equivalent? Yes. Here are the papers. That's all. But there's no bar on the numbers of how many should be. But remember, they have a journey to cover those. To get those 100 signatures, we shall see how many will retire. Then secondly, you must raise the 20 million nomination fees. 20 million. But on the number that has to go on the ballot paper, we cannot determine that now. We cannot determine that now. But as a commission, our duty is to ensure whoever qualifies or meets the criteria to be a candidate, presidential candidate, is put in the ballot paper. That's it. The mode and the size of the ballot paper is a non-issue. The issue is, has everyone who has qualified being given the opportunity to get on the ballot paper or not? The rest, we shall sort ourselves out. Now, we don't facilitate, we do facilitation for presidential candidates in one regard. You know, in the past, I think, I don't know which year, maybe President has been in these elections or much longer. When did the 50 million stop to be given? You know, the past presidential candidates after nomination, they would even give you each couple 50 million. 2011. But you know what people will do? After getting nominated, maybe he runs around Kampala here, campaign, in 2 days, I'll put them, I let you come to 50 million. So government said, hey, we stop. We should not give up because people are making it to get money for their things. Yeah? Then others say, I will withdrawn officially from now. You cannot even reproach the person that the money. But the only facilitation now we give them is the security. We give every presidential candidate a security vehicle with security personnel to protect him or her along the campaign trail, and also deploy at his or her home. So that because a presidential candidate is a very important person. This person is likely to lead your country. No government is talking to him or her. So that is why we stop non-facilitation. Now, open door policy. When you say we invite political parties to take part in these preparations and so on, you know, the first challenge we have, going by what is happening, the trend of operations of political parties. At times we don't know which group do we invite to come. Because you have this group, you have the other group. This one is saying, I don't deal with that one, deal with us now. What if we are going to that will also be a place to our work. Right now we have so many of these factional fights among the parties. Some are in the courts of law. Now, if you are going to lead your work and preparation on engaging or inclusion of political parties in the preparation, that will also be another matter which we'll have to contend with. But as I said, the activities we arrange are not in a camera. They are not in secrecy. They are all aligned to the roadmap. They are all aligned to the process of ensuring we have a free and fair election. And you cannot have a free and fair election without the participation of other stakeholders. So we do not, the mere fact that we do not involve you or invite you to be part of these arrangements does not mean that you are not going to participate or you are going to be kept in the dark. My real issue would be, is there anything that we have done that you are not aware of or not? But if it is brought to your attention or the political parties and all the people of Uganda, then I don't see why that should really be of good. But as I say, anytime you feel there's something where you need clarification, please write to us. Anytime you feel you need to engage the interface with the members of the commission, please come. Please come. So that we flow together in the same direction. Please, you come. I think I've answered the questions that have been raised so far. Thank you very much.
Is that a rebuttal to his lordship?
Yes. Just one.
That will be the last one, and then we start to wind down. Yes, and it is important that that's the reason why we are here. So.
No. Yes, it is very important. I might not get a chance of getting in. You know why we are so concerned on the last note where you say that what you're doing as the electoral commission, it is not in secrecy. During your remarks, your presentation, you talked about the extension of the presidential, the MPs, Member of Parliament from September to October. And we had issues as political parties. For some of us who were ready and we had our plans. So if we had been involved, like that was a very critical issue for us. It is our business as political parties. That I remember the roadmap was sent some years back. So changing that date and not us being involved in, at least we would have gotten our leaders to know about it before it was taken into press. So it really affected some of the political parties. And we saw it as an advantage to the ruling party.
Actually, I was going to ask you if you can say how it affected you.
I've told you that for us we have businesses as political parties. And we had our roadmaps as, for example, I'm from the Justice Forum, James. We had already we have our roadmap as a party. And we knew that the the nominations and what for MPs is this, councillors is this, plus. So when you change without consulting us, it really affects us. And then, because we are in opposition, we knew very well that the ruling party was still in their primaries and what. And to me as a person, I thought maybe it was maybe in favor of the ruling party to ensure that they finish up with their process so that they can catch up with the Electoral Commission program. So that is why sometimes, not that we don't appreciate what you do, but sometimes we see some favorism to the ruling government. Secondly, when you, somebody who mentioned about, my colleague here, about people who are campaigning, including the president. The way you answered it, Mr. Chairman, that is the president, fine is the president, but apart from him, there are so many other people in the ruling, whatever, who use that advantage to also campaign and also whatever their base. Yet, when it comes to us who are in opposition, it is the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. First of all, when you talk of first engaging political parties, we will make change before we introduce any adjustments or changes. You are assuming that every political party will say, oh yes, we go with this. No, we don't want. Even among the political parties, there are those who say, we don't want that. Or, oh yes, that is okay with us. Now, where does the Electoral Commission therefore best to make a decision to go ahead or not go ahead? Incidentally, there are some who say, when we adjusted the nomination for Parliament, said, hey, you have saved us. Can you imagine being in the field campaigning chairman for almost 4 months? Do you know what it means? It will kill us. But now, by pushing it ahead, and at least you have shortened the period for us to campaign. Obviously. So I think so. If you have to say, can we first engage with political parties and agree, then I don't think we even reach consensus on that note. Yeah. We don't think that will be achieved. So that's why we say that as soon as we have made the changes, we must notify the political parties. We must notify the public. Everybody should be on board. But I can assure you, to reach consensus with all political parties, that's a very tall order. It's similar to what, by the way, was being proposed. You remember what they were saying? How can we make the Electoral Commission more credible, more trustworthy in its composition? I think there was one of the schools of thoughts was that let us have representatives from political parties on the commission. Now, I want you to imagine, now we have 27 political parties, registered political parties of 28. Do you really see them on agreeing who is send the member of the commission? Do you see that? Do you see that possibility? Do you never? Because this one said we are the ones who should say, no, we are the ones. No, so that one is also challenging. So I think the issue of consensus is very important, but the commission cannot be led by the dictates of political parties when we are drawing this program. We are going to get stuck, and we don't do it for ill intentions. For instance, these adjustments we never even had in mind that we are doing this to benefit or to advantage the NRM or disadvantage this. No. We had our own reason. We reviewed the roadmap. This roadmap is not cast in stone. Even a law is amended. It's not cast in stone. So we review it as and when it's necessary to make sure that what we have is achievable. Now, my brother, I forgot to answer specifically the issue of my brother Harold not believing in the commission. We have said, why do you make that assertion? What gives you that impression or that conclusion? Why don't you trust the commission? Why do you say it is not independent? if you ask any of these people who say we don't believe in independence, I will have said, give us the reason. We are human beings. No human being is perfect. Maybe we shall look into ourselves and say, hey, you know what? I think this point, thing they pointed out, we need to correct it. But you don't give us a reason. You just say, you're not independent. On what grounds? If for us in law we say, he who asserts must prove. If you are saying the commission is not independent, can you point out the instances of lack of independence so that we address them? Because we have tried to be transparent, we have tried to be inclusive, we have tried to engage, we have tried to consult. What are the issues? Why? Because you are appointed by one person. As long as you have the commission is appointed by an individual, when is a being a candidate, therefore you can never be independent. Now let me tell you, there is a country, we have told about at liberty to mention countries. There is a country which, faced with similar challenges or concerns, decided to adopt the public, open, vetting process of members of the commission. But two teams who have been vetted through that process have ended up going asunder, almost putting the country in a crisis during the election. Because they accuse them of belonging here or not belonging there. These are commissions which were approved or subjected to a vigorous public vetting process in order to guarantee and ensure independence. Lo and behold, twice the commissions are. What does that show you? Let me tell you. The issue of whether you are independent or not is a matter first and foremost of choice. And secondly, being ready and jealously determined to abide by the law. The law is what guarantees our independence. And I can assure you, on so many occasions, we have stood our ground and said, no, the law says this. One time in the Kiadondo East by-elections in 2017, that brought Honorable Kiabula into Parliament. There was an incident where, on the last day, the NRM flag bearer, his party president, who is also the leader of the country, was supposed to come and drum support for their candidate. At a certain, they wanted to put him at a certain venue for location. But in the harmonization process of program, that venue had been bought by the FDC candidate then. I think who was it? Cantiti. Yes. That venue had, in the harmonization program before they started the campaign, Cantiti had booked that venue. He was supposed to go there on that day. We were consulted because it became an issue. People were saying, no. The chairman of the party, who is also president, must be here. I said, no, wait a minute. This campaign schedule was signed by all the candidates. The FDC candidate has not indicated his willing to depart that venue. So please, he must have his campaign in that venue. You can take your party chairman elsewhere. I think SFC had already deployed to secure the area. They went away and really wait for the FDC candidate. So the point we are trying to make, and there are so many other instances we don't want to talk about. But the point we are making is that we want to show you, be with us, we are independent. And you know, at times it really baffles me that you're saying we don't trust your commission, because in the last election, you did not conduct an election as such, it was something else. You just concocted results and declared. Why? Because we did not win. Our candidate won, did not declare. Then you say fatigue. The presidential elections, parliamentary, directly elected member of parliament, the polling station is the same. Polling day is the same. The ballot boxes are different. They are all placed in the same vicinity, same location. The person, the polling person or persons are the same. The booth, for us here, our booth is the person. Now, at that polling station, you won your parliamentary seat. But you are saying what happened in that constituency where you won, they are fake. Then, are you saying you are benefiting from a fake process? So yours was okay, but the other Kaboxi, which was the same police station, it was fake. I think we will stop playing on the minds of people. And you are in parliament, enjoying. Why don't you say, I cannot be part of a fraudulent process, I'm stepping up. Do the honorable thing. But I want to say that, look, please, when we are talking about some of these things, let us try to be realistic and honest with ourselves. Because if the ballot box for president is the same polling station, for MP the same polling station, and then you have one, but now you are condemning the outcome of the process that happened the same day, same time, same place, that baffles us. But I want to assure you, my brother Harold, we are jealous regarding our independence because we owe to the people of Uganda to be an independent body that ensures they exercise their freedom, their constitutional right to elect their leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. You tickled His Lordship and really he gave it to us, the issue of the independence of the Electoral Commission. We thank you. We thank you, my Lord, for that. I know we are standing between you and your lunch, but I request that you indulge us for another 10 minutes so that we finish and close. Is that okay? Because the way I'm seeing you, if I try to hide you to come back and have a hard time. So please give us 10 minutes. Let's wrap this up. Commissioner, you will respond to the issue of Sam Mugumya when you're making your closing remarks as well. So let's hear from the rapporteur on the recommendations that have been made that we are going to document, because this is what we will be following up as a commission, and then I will invite Commissioner to close us off.
My Lord, as you walk out, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the Honorable Commissioner Christine Kaheri, also the acting chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Honorable Commissioner Omara Apita, also the session chair, the representative from the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator, the directors, UHRC here present, the Secretary Generals from political parties, editors from the different media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doreen Munyonyo, Mrs. And my role this afternoon is very easy. I am just going to flip through the recommendations that we have captured. Our take-homes from this meeting. I will start, I've managed to classify them, and I'll start with the media. Our take-home this afternoon to the media is that do your work. Let your headlines bring together Uganda, not to tear it apart. As you go to capture the elections that are upcoming, kindly capture the views from the locals, because that will be important for the surveys that will be done. Number 3, every candidate, political party, or even the independents should be given or accorded a level ground. To the political parties, do your work. Prepare accordingly. Number 2, let us work for civility, good conduct, protect the peace and the security of this country. To the Electoral Commission, let us sensitize and mobilize the masses on how to achieve free, fair and credible elections. Number 2, let us work on amending the law to deal with voter bribery. It has been recommended that those that are found guilty of engaging in voter bribery should be deterred from engaging or participating in subsequent elections. Number 3, we as Electoral Commission should continue the open door policy. A policy that enhances or requires that every candidate, political party, institutions are free to come to EC to engage for better, free, fair and credible elections. To Uganda Police Force, we have recommended that it should deal with those who lure others into promoting election violence. There should not be obstruction when people are going to vote, because under Article 1, like His Lordship stated, the power is by the people and it's the people supposed to exercise it. Therefore, the police should deal with those that deter or obstruct those that are going to vote. To the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, also DPP, should investigate, prosecute those that are found or those that are suspected to be guilty of election or political vices, and this should be in accordance with the law. And by this, we will make the law bite. And in biting, we will ensure free, credible, and fair elections. To Uganda Human Rights Commission, we should consider the African peer review mechanisms, because there are recommendations under that on elections, in addition to the UPR recommendations. Again, to Uganda Human Rights Commission, we should follow up on the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy and Elections. Number 3, Uganda Human Rights Commission should continue to advocate for free, fair, and credible elections, free from violence and intimidation. Generally, and in conclusion, we must all rescue our democracy. It is important that we engage and discuss with all key stakeholders, because achieving a free, fair, and credible election is a process for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Munyonyo and Rapporteur for today's meeting. I think that is well captured and documented, and with the stakeholders that should be responding. At this juncture, I will invite Commissioner Crispin Kahero to make closing remarks on behalf of the Commission. The media are whispering to me, so it must be answered within our response. And then you will allow me to make administrative announcements after you finish against the protocol.
We shall abide by the protocol, so those admin announcements should have come now. But it's okay, I'll give you the opportunity. Thank you for Colin for moderating this quite well. And I think my role is really not that heavy. It's to say closing remarks on behalf of the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. But before I do that, let me indeed first respond to that issue that has been brought to the attention of this meeting, the alleged disappearance of Mr. Munyonyo and what the Commission is doing so far. I must say, well, the person who asked that question is actually not in the room.
but I hope he'll receive the feedback that as a commission we have already dispatched our teams from Barara, from Fort Portal, from Kampala, and Kabale to establish the whereabouts of Mr. Mugumya. But in addition to that, we are in contact with both the security and intelligence services as the Uganda Human Rights Commission to establish where this gentleman could be, and we know that very soon we'll have an answer, like we have always had answers in the past when circumstances of this nature have come up. So that is the response with regard to Mr. Mugumya. Secondly, let me make a comment on the presentation by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Chairperson of the EC, I want to thank you very much for the work that you are doing. It's a thankless job. And this goes to the entire Electoral Commission. You don't get these accolades many times, but they're important because not many people know the intricacies of running the largest logistical exercise in the land, an election. It's the biggest. It's bigger than a census where you count everybody. It's bigger than immunization, where you think you're immunizing the masses. It's bigger than the mass enrollment exercise. It's bigger than all those. So the intricacies are so different. So we should always understand that thankless job that our electoral authorities do. Having said that, let me raise one issue. Chair, you have highlighted the issue of money in elections, which is a very significant problem. From the by-elections that we have seen to even to the lower levels of party primaries, candidate identification exercises that are going on, it's a big problem. And if it were in my powers, I think I would not even talk about electoral reforms. I would make a very unconventional, radical proposal. But actually, given the prevalence of this problem, we just some sort of a consultative appointment process out of hand. When the chair was giving that a recount of a joke that was being made on radio of people going to Kololo just to fetch money, I think it has gone beyond just it needs another nomenclature, another name for it. Because I think Ugandans have now become ardent scholars of a man called Joseph Stalin. He was a politician in the communists, in the Soviet Union. And he's the one who, I think, coined that saying of, it's not he who votes that counts, but the one who counts the vote. that indeed counts. And because of that, now it's no longer bribing the voter. We now have a creeping culture of candidates or those who are running for political offices also going to the extent of bribing those who run the election at lower levels. So, I think that becomes very disturbing. So as we are still talking about the micro problem of voter bribery, we now have another macro problem where I had in some previous elections that I was keen on, that some people have even come up with red cards that if you want me to be announced a member of parliament, if you want to, you pay such and such an amount. If you want to be announced LC5, you pay such and such an amount. If you want to be announced councillor, this is the rate. It's that disturbing. So we need to confront this at both levels, the micro and the macro levels. But otherwise, I think it all starts and ends with us. Because who actually goes out to bribe the voters? It is the candidates themselves. And these things don't have any color whatsoever. Represented in this room who have run for political offices, actually, as I'm talking, you are feeling that I'm talking about you. You feel, hey, has he come for me? It is us, we the candidates. So we are the ones who do these things. So we shouldn't talk about some of these things in abstract terms like they are being done by other people who are out there. It's us. So it's us who need to actually change our remarks. I must say that the Electoral Commission, you're the guardian of the people's choice. And like members have observed, like the participants have observed, the impartiality, the neutrality that you give or that you show is the oxygen of the democracy, and it's what gives the people the confidence to actually participate in the electoral process. For the security, did we invite security? I don't see members of security. They were invited. I think the exercise going on in Colorado might have taken most of them. Well, since it's in the capital, there is need for security there. But I think security during the elections is not just about guarding the votes. It's about protecting people's confidence in the process. I spoke about the media earlier on, that their role is not mere spectating. The media is supposed to be the megaphone of democracy, and in that way, it can both calm or inflame a situation. It has that power. So media should be capable of making responsible decisions with regard to what power it would want to use. For political parties and organizations, I think you just don't compete for votes. You are co-creators of democracy. What do I mean? That the measure of a party is not just in the victory, but how the party values the rules of fair play. You should be able to value the rules of fair play if you're a political party. So you make it easier for everybody. You make it easier for the electoral authorities. You make it easier for security. But more importantly, you also make it much easier for the citizens when you value the rules of fair play. And on that note, I should also mention that a credible election is not only on the polling day. It has to be cultivated day by day. And it has to be cultivated by all stakeholders. That is why we say that an election is not only for the election management body. No, it's for everybody, because each and everyone has a role. The political parties, civil society organizations, the media, our international partners, we all have a role to play. So talking about our international partners, the Universal Periodic Review recommendations that we have been discussing today, I want to make it very clear that they are not foreign impositions. No, they are not. These are actually our own constitutional promises. I think what the UPR process does is to only remind us that you committed to do this, are you doing it? But even as the UPR reminds us, I will go back to the point I made earlier. It should also understand the contexts that we operate in and that we conduct elections. So they just help to remind us about what we have promised to do in our legal frameworks. So if each actor plays their role, the Electoral Commission with impartiality, the security with restraint, civil society organizations with vigilance, parties with responsibility, then there is no doubt that Uganda should be able to thrive through the 2026 general election and beyond. And on that note, I want to thank all of us for coming and participating in this forum, and for really being as open-minded as possible and sharing your insights. When we call you again, please come and share with us perspectives as openly as you have done today. On that note, I wish to declare this meeting officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for those compelling closing remarks, and for stirring us up in the room toward the kind of election that we want to see, where we can all participate, we can all express ourselves, we can all associate. That is the reason why I did not want to go into administrative announcements before you speak. I didn't want to detract from your message, which is very important. So we come to the close of our engagement today. I really want to appreciate each one of you for making the time to be here. In a special, I want to thank you, Your Lordship, for honoring this meeting, and the Deputy Chairperson and member of the Commission, It shows your commitment toward a free and fair election, and we do not take your presence for granted. And for being willing to take the questions and the comments. I think that is a true example of what a holder of public office must do. Thank you to the political parties and to the media practitioners. Yes, let's appreciate everybody who has been here, and to the UHRC team as well. We are very grateful. And the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, we wouldn't be here without you, so we are very grateful. I just want to make a few administrative announcements as we close. I believe we've all received a lunch coupon. Our lunch will be served at the pool pavilion, and I'll ask Christine to lead the high table to that area, and the rest of us will follow. For those of us who came with drivers and security, I know we have a number. You will kindly allow us to follow the model where we will facilitate their lunch through payment on mobile money. We are also going to receive a modest transport refund from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, which again will be paid via mobile money. You know, government is going away from cash. We want to be able to account for these resources. So I kindly request that you confirm, first of all, that you registered, and that you gave us the mobile money registered phone number that is in your names. We won't be able to pay if we need your actual name that tallies with your attendance. So please confirm if you had given us false identity. I hope that will help you to ensure that you give us your correct particulars. I also want to implore the media to make sure that you confirm your media house, your name, your media house, and your particulars. Once again, we want to thank you so much for being here. We look forward to having more of these engagements. And please, if there's anything that you were not able to say in the open, we are still welcome to receive feedback from you. And with those remarks, I would wish us all bon appetit, and thank you so much for coming. So Christine, kindly, if you'd lead our high table towards the lunch area. It's the pool pavilion. It's a bit of a walking distance out of this building. We get out of the entrance area, walk, we'll do some walking, and then it's on the left. So Christine will lead the team, and then the rest of us can be able to follow. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you for coming. We registered with Grace. Grace, if you could please stand up so that people can see where you are. So kindly, as we are going out, just confirm and make sure, or with Doreen or Grace, to make sure that we have your correct particulars.
Yeah.